Shenanigans!
Shenanigans! Bang! Oh god, I gotta move Charmander.
I literally just said, let's see what shenanigans they're all up to, and then I just yelled shenanigans at you guys.
Buddy.
I like the moving... It's the pose!
Yay!
The tail goes flying every time!
I know! Anyone who's gonna come into this group who doesn't know us is gonna be like, the fuck is going on in that pink chick's screen?
What I love is the fact that, like, I absolutely love that when you go in to do that and you go flying, you just see the tail, like, you hit and the tail just goes right after you. Like, it's just its own little, like, floof kind of thing.
Soft bop. It's just
it's even better because we can always tell that Case knows what's coming because, like, she gets the look on her face of, yep,
what was it? There was one time where I forgot what we were doing, but someone had mentioned in the group chat, like, they were like, I can't wait for you to have, like, all 8 tails. And I was like, oh my god. And I was like, okay. And then someone sent me a link on Etsy, Amazon, and eBay of, like, a spread of 9 tails. And I was like, I'm so tempted to do it, but also I don't know how I'd catapult myself onto that with 9 tails. Like,
you'd be like Tails from
I
Sonic.
fucking love Tails from Sonic. He's just, I want to be him so badly.
I thought you were gonna say bite.
No, I do like to nibble things, but not, no, it's, like, it's like a comfort thing, like, every once in a while, just like, just put your mouth on it. That sounds really weird, but,
Yep.
Anywho.
Stop while you're ahead.
Yep. I was like, ugh.
Welcome to D&D! Yeah, but welcome on into tonight, everybody, to D&D Stream of Stars, episode 27, I think we said we realized it was.
Yeah.
Because we're getting old enough that we forget how old we are. What a time to be alive. But welcome on in, y'all. We will kick things off with doing our introductions, and then we will have the amazing Lillian Leone give her recap of last session, because nothing happened last session at all.
Nothing at all.
I thought you were, like, being serious for a second. I was like, for you?
Oh, goodness.
I still don't understand sarcasm.
It's okay.
Lil,
I will say, I have said this several times to people by this point. I think that we're balancing out, man, because you're getting better at understanding sarcasm. I'm getting worse. Because there are frequently times where I'm like, are you being sarcastic? And people are like, yeah. I'm like, okay, sorry, it's just my best friend doesn't know sarcasm, and so I've started, like, I guess not understanding sarcasm as much.
Well, because you're no longer very sarcastic with me.
Yeah,
like,
no,
and when
true.
you
I've stopped
are,
being sarcastic with you.
Yeah, when you are, you're like, oh yeah, woo! Like,
I'm
you
like,
really
wink,
lay it on
wink,
thick.
nudge, nudge,
Yeah.
like, it's very
like,
obvious.
Like, we're playing the Stardew Valley board game, and she's like, oh yeah, no, like, that's definitely the guy you want to marry, woo! Like, and just like, it's not even close.
You have to make it obvious.
Yeah, it's like, I get like fucking Gus, and it's just like,
Not Gus.
nothing against him, but
Hey, Gus is great, man. Actually, Gus is really good in the board game, I will say.
Yes,
He
he's
can copy
fantastic.
anyone's ability, which is super dope.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah.
It's
yeah.
great. We
See?
should,
Gus for the win!
we should really stream it while.
We really should sometime. We'll have to find a way to. Actually, I have an idea on how we can do that. So we'll have to figure it. We'll have to try it sometime. But yeah. We'll kick things off with introductions. Hi everybody. My name is Mallory, aka Mel, aka Teach, aka Beautiful Goddess DM. I sound like an auctioneer right now. But I'm your DM for the evening. And I play anyone who is not also here on this call. Ta-da.
I was like, she is correct.
Like, that's basically it. I don't know how else to explain it. We also have that our getting to know you question for the night is, if you could eat one food for the rest of your life, what would it be and why? And I have to say for myself, I'm 100% going with, oh, wait, one food means, like, not one dinner and one dessert. It's one food.
Nope. It's one food.
One singular
Chainsaw.
food.
Exactly.
See, now you can appreciate why I prepared for this since the 6th grade. I was ready
I
for
just
this.
had to come up with my answer on the spot, so.
And chat, you think of this as well.
hard.
This is something that will come up in life.
Can I say a savory and a sweet
Nope.
toss up? Like, I'd be happy with either one.
You know what? You know what would quench that palate there, buddy?
I'll find out in a minute.
Oh, sweet, beautiful goddess DM, let me lend you some knowledge. Let me pour the tea. A PB&J.
So I was gonna say for myself, I'll go with what my gut reaction was then, and then I would probably be sad after my gut reaction because I'd realize I can't eat something sweet after. But for me, chicken tikka masala is my go-to comfort food. So for me, it would be chicken tikka masala. If I can have naan torn up inside it, because that's typically how I eat it, then I would. But otherwise, I will just do chicken tikka masala, because it's just freaking delicious.
I'd be gracious to allow you because it's rice with the chicken tikka masala with it.
Okay, you have peanut butter, jelly, and bread, ma'am.
Right, because that's the dip meal. Whereas naan bread is extra with it. It's not like you order a PB&J and then be like, well, I'd also like a glass of milk with it. That's extra.
All right, Lil, go ahead and teach us the ways of PB&J, and introduce yourself. That too.
Yeah, because I always forget to do that, and everyone's like, "Thank God she's just a loud, obnoxious one. People know her." So hi, hello. It's your girl. I'm Lily Leon. Friends call me Lil. And I play Aiko Takanaki, who is the Kitsune monk. She is the Order of Tranquility, as we say. She puts the fist in pacifist. Anywho. My one food that I would have to eat for the rest of my life would be a peanut butter and jelly. And I was describing this to the girls earlier because it meets the sweet and savory. And if you wanted to, you could get really creative. You could choose different kind of bread. You could choose a different kind of jam or jelly. For my instance, if we were being really strict with it, I would do creamy peanut butter with a strawberry jam and wheat bread. And the nice thing about it is that if you were like, oh man, no, I've had too much jam over the years, or however many decades it's been since I've been eating this PB&J, I want to go a little bit more savory today. You could cake on that peanut butter. And you could be like, jelly. But then if you were like, oh my God, I've got such a sweet tooth, you could fucking go on that jam. So I'm very satisfied with that answer.
It's a pretty good one. Pretty good one. Did you also introduce Aiko, or did we just dive into?
I did.
Okay,
I did.
Cool. For some reason, my brain only heard PB&J stuff, and
you were already thinking how delicious it would be. How well
really
that
good right
creamy peanut butter would mix with the strawberry jam.
It does sound good. I don't know if I could eat PB&J every day. I think I'd go crazy.
I did though for 3 years. I think that's where I'm solid in it too.
That's why you're set
on
it.
I did too, actually, in high school. Yeah, that was all I ate at lunch.
And what doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Look at us now.
I'm mentally ill, Lillian.
Speaking of what doesn't
Reminds me of when I had potato bar every day in middle school.
Case, go ahead and introduce yourself.
God, okay. Hi, my name is Case. I play Arcadia. She is an Eladrin elf druid. If I, my first thought, if I had to eat one thing for the rest of my life, is pasta. I can eat pasta every single day and not get tired of it. And you can switch up, kind of like with the peanut butter and jelly. You can use different kinds of sauce.
Yeah,
I love Alfredo.
Alfredo, yeah.
Mwah, chef's kiss.
Yep.
So I think it would have to be pasta. I wish I could have garlic bread with it, but by the rules of the game, I guess.
These rules.
I guess it would be different if it was what one food would you eat for the rest of your life, and what one meal would you eat for the rest of your life? That.
Yeah,
that
if it was a meal,
separation.
very different answer.
Yeah.
Very different answer.
No, that's for next episode. Next episode, it's going to be, all right, we had enough controversy over what counts as food. Let's go with the meal.
I don't know. Beef Puff brought up a good point and said that they would say salad. They'd leave it broad because then you could do taco salad, Cobb salad, chopping stuff up, drizzling onto something, and you have dessert salads. And I'm like, yeah, technically that would break the rules, but
Flame
I like that.
mentioned pizza and then said, convince me cookie cake is not a pizza.
What's the definition of pizza? Because
That's
I don't like cookie
question.
cake.
That's a great question.
I'll look it up. You all keep doing your thing. I'm gonna join me on the world of Google tour, guys.
Oh goodness. Brass, go ahead and introduce yourself then, please.
I'm Brass. I play Journey the Tiefling Rogue, and Case is smarter than me because I also picked pasta, but it's a specific type of pasta. So my choice was baked mac and cheese. It has to be the baked kind with the crumbly top because
Oh yes.
I love it so much. And I would eat that for eternity probably. Like, I can't imagine myself getting sick of it, but
That's fair.
who knows?
It's pretty great.
Fun fact. So the Oxford Dictionary defines pizza as a dish of Italian origin consisting of a flat, round base of dough baked with a topping of tomato sauce and cheese, typically with added meat or vegetables. However, it can suck it. The legal definition of pizza is a draft of the law gets quite specific. The pizza has to be round. It mustn't be more than 13 and 3/4 inches in diameter. The crust has to be 3/4 of an inch at most, and the center has to be less than 1/10 of an inch high. Naturally, the dough must be kneaded by hand.
So wait, does that mean a square pizza from Domino's isn't a pizza?
According to that ruling, yeah.
According to the legal definition of pizza. That's why I was like, I'm sorry, what?
So I have buffalo chicken pizza here with me. It has buffalo sauce. Is that not a pizza?
It's pizza inspired.
Well, no. So the legal definition doesn't even bring into account sauces. It's literally just saying it's only talking about the dough.
Like the size of the
and
dough.
And the shape and the size of the dough. Like,
interesting.
So I mean, I guess that a cookie cake legally could be a pizza if the dough was
going
right.
down this rabbit hole. Continue. I'll be back.
We're done. It's time for the recap.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well, I'm posting a link for someone to go into. Chat, do me proud. Okay.
God, love it.
So, all right. Yeah, I guess we're going to... I need to drink some water. This is a long-ass recap. This should have been wine. Okay. Previously on D&D. Yeah, we got shit rocked. Okay, I'm just going to lead in with that. So we came into the maze room? Is that correct?
No. You started in you went through Journey's door.
Oh yeah, that is where we started.
Oh my god, yeah, okay, so we went through Journey's door, we came out through the other side. First of all, yay, we all can go through. Unfortunately, we came out there on the other side and we were like, this is kind of spooky. We went walking through and all of a sudden we hear like, kind of like Gruntilda from Banjo-Kazooie, if anyone knows what I'm talking about, where it's like, and these ugly ass hags showed up and your girl immediately was terrified. Aiko doesn't know, so she starts punching things. And then Journey was shit-talking these hags, because what else is Journey gonna do? And one of these hags showed up immediately in front of Arcadia and started singing and asking about, what do you do with a dead sailor? And so Arcadia was like, oh, hell to the PTSD, no. They were launching lightning bolts. It was not great. We went down. We got knocked down. We got back up again. You're never gonna keep us down. We Chumbawamba'd our way through this shadow temple is really what I'm getting at. Is oh, thanks so much, Link. And so we barely survived by running away from the hags. Luckily, the door opened up and we were like, yeet. So we went through. We came through the other side and we realized that we were all very introspective and we do not view ourselves as worthy because there were a bunch of different glasses that had like kind of like the fog like outline of different creatures, and the thing in the middle was like choose which one is innocent. And we were like, oh, okay, this is kind of weird. We went around. There was a bunch of fucking mean ass. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Let me read out what we wrote. We have Marlboros.
Do you want to know what
specters.
Those were? Do you guys want to know what those were, by the way? Now, in case you didn't know.
I know what they are, but yeah, go for it.
Marlboro is a beholder.
Yeah, not great for those of you who don't know what that is in D&D. For those of you who do know in D&D, we ain't touching that shit. Aiko may not know what it is, but it looks spooky as fuck. So we're moving on. So yeah, we had beholders, specters, banshees, the hags, dolls, tall, slackened skeleton regal figure, question mark?
That was a lich.
Yeah. Smoky, gaunt, skeleton, no-legged ghost.
A wraith?
You tell me. I just wrote down a description.
Oh no, you're good because I'm trying to remember because there were a bunch of them. I think that was your description for the wraith. Yeah.
And then we had similar to Marlboro with missing patches, but Bone is there, yo. Fill me eyes. Zombie Marlboro?
Beholder.
Question mark.
Zombie Beholder.
Yeah, so great. So we didn't touch a lot of those. And then all of a sudden, we, Arcadia and Journey looked over at the door that would lead us to the exit, and it had a mirror, and it showed all of us. And we were like, well, it can't be us. That's so selfish. So we smashed the one with the Banshees, and of course, the Banshees were angry. And so they were fighting us. We were trying to get out, and Arcadia went down, Journey went down, Leighton went down, and Aiko was stabilizing people running around. Journey was helping stabilize people. Arcadia was casting healing. It was just an absolute shit show. Leighton was healing people, and it got to the point where Arcadia went down. Aiko had to drag her body through the door, and Leighton was about to get swarmed by Banshees, and he told Journey to run because Journey couldn't do anything else. So Journey ran through the door, and Leighton, by the grace of the D&D gods, had Banshees roll really low, and he came through, and he had like 1 HP. So he would have like actually died. So we all stabilized him. And then when you thought it couldn't get any worse, when you already almost have a TPK, not once, not twice, but thrice, yeah, we then had to go in and kill all of our loved ones. So that was cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and repeat that. Anyone for in the back who didn't hear me, we had to kill our loved ones. And we're not talking like, oh, like, you know, oh, like boyfriend. That we're talking soulmates, best friends, dads, and grandmothers. No one is safe. And that was traumatized. Yeah, giggle it up, you sicko. I sleep next to you. Anywho, so we go through.
I'm sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, so we had to kill them, and then that progressed us to another area where we saw our former selves, or like the worst parts of ourselves, and it was over like a cliff edge, and all of us chose to do something a little bit different. Aiko chose to accept her former self and only use it to get stronger, because hers was like kind of Aiko being a crybaby and being like, everyone's gonna die because of me, and she was like, you're only worried because you care. I need that. So they kind of like persona like, and it was super cool. And then it went over to Arcadia, and Arcadia did something very similar, being like, you know what, you're like, you kind of remind me how far I've come and how far I need to keep going. So she did the same thing. It was like, and it was super dope. And then it came over to Journey, and Journey was like, nah, bitch, you're mean as hell. Because she was like, yeah, no, that's fine. Just do it. Just push me off, whatever. And Journey was like, are you sure you don't want me to help? And she was like, fuck your help. And she was like, fine. So she kicked her off the edge. I don't know if she actually kicked her, but she pushed her off. I'm just imagining you like Journey. So that really messed with Journey, especially after she had to kill Aiko in the past room, because I repeat, no one is safe. And then apparently Leighton had to kill himself as well, or he did end up killing himself as well. He chose to. Yep. And then we all of a sudden came back in a boot in the like the little area, the main room of the Shadow Monastery, and we're all like, haha, trauma, yay, emotional damage. Everyone roll a d20. And then Shin was there, and he was like, wow, you guys actually made it. Here's some gifts. So it's like when you go through the zoo, or like a haunted house zoo, and then you go through the gift shop at the end. That's what it was.
Like,
oh my god. Exactly what it was.
Sobbing and looking at everything.
Yeah, it was great. Aiko got a charm that gave her the Way of the Shadows stuff for a monk, which is super dope. Journey got some really dope spells, got her wisdom increased, and then Arcadia got a shadow bowl. Super adorable, can't wait to see it. I can't remember what Leighton got.
Leighton got horseshoes of spider climbing.
That's right. Real on the nose there. Yeah, so that was great. And then, yeah, we all kind of were like different reactions coming out of it. Like Aiko, like, you know, kind of like, it hasn't hit her yet to a degree. Like certain things about it is like, yeah, I'm glad we overcame this, but she hasn't seen Rin yet. And then she's just excited that everyone's alive. So there's that. And I think that's where we ended off. And that was a little super short show.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, so we are picking up then, you guys have finished the Trial of Shadows. You've each received kind of a gift from the monastery as a way of acknowledging that you that you successfully completed it. I'm so sorry. Handsome just posted, did anyone buy a Trial of Shadows calendar? Each month is a different room.
Fuck you.
That's why I just had, like, I broke DM concentration for a second there. Just, yep.
Oh my god.
Yep. Yeah, so you guys have, so the monastery, you know, gives you those gifts and everything as a way of, almost kind of for them, like, a sign of respect that you've gone through this, and everything as well. Shin met you at the, you know, trial as you came out, brought you back down to the monastery itself, where you can take a long rest, and they highly recommend you take a long rest before heading back down the mountain. But essentially, Shin lets you know that the plan is to leave and head back to Nisei in the morning. So, you know, take the night to rest. If there's anything that anyone wants to do during this rest, now is the time to let me know. Otherwise, you're going to be making your way down the mountain.
I just really want to point out this is a moment I really miss Karoo, because I would really want Karoo on the way back down to start singing Shin be coming around the mountain when he comes. Shin be coming around the mountain when he comes.
Shout out for our homie.
Pouring out for Karoo. Oh my god. Great.
Yeah, no, because I know exactly who Karoo would have seen in that temple too.
Yeah.
Which would have been heartbreaking. Yeah, so you guys are at the monastery. Is there anything you want to do on your long rest? Like, you'll be able to, like, rest and everything, but if there's anything anyone want to check out, wanted to try to figure out, do around here, anything like that before you head back.
If Aiko didn't get a chance to kind of, like, move around the monastery and, like, appreciate the ways of it as much beforehand, she definitely would afterwards. So... Sorry, cat just fell off of a suitcase. It's fine.
Yeah, so Aiko, you're able to kind of walk through the monastery and kind of get a feel for things. Give me a perception check.
Push all this away. First roll. Night. Perception, you say? I think that's a 22. Nope, that is a 19.
Okay. Aiko, as you're wandering around the monastery, you can sense that you're being followed.
Like a good follow? A bad follow? Like paparazzi?
Like, you... I mean, actually, to be perfectly honest, you guys are envoys, and you are pretty famous in the realm right now, so maybe. You can sense that, you can sense that there's someone there, that even as you're wandering through the monastery, that presence is still behind you. It seems to be keeping the same amount of distance.
Okay. Would I roll, like, insight to see if it has, like, any intent?
Sure. I'll let.
Bubba's. One of them got pushed off the suitcase. That's a dirty 20.
Cool. That's Dice Joe with that D20.
Dice Joe with ye.
Aiko, with you being more attuned now to the shadows, you can start to sense that some of these shadows are moving in ways that they shouldn't. And as you look closer, and, like, at one point, I imagine, because this is just very, like, an Aiko move, at one point just, like, suddenly turn around and are just staring, like, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Kind of a deal. Beef Puff just got my dice out of dice jail.
Beef Puff.
But as you're, like, intensely staring and looking, you just hear kind of a sigh. I suppose I should have known that you'd be more attuned to this by this point. And you see Shin literally step out of the shadows.
I guess gonna kind of, like, swish her tails a little proudly, like, I don't mind. You can just let me know. Like,
Consider it a test of your new skills.
Yeah, she's gonna probably, like, gesture back forward and be like, do you want to walk with me, or do you want to...
I can walk with you. you get the sense that it's kind of like he doesn't normally have people he just walks with, because, you know, when you can just move between shadows, you just kind of do that and everything. So he just kind of steps up forward toward you and walks beside you.
This is before we take the long rest, correct?
This would be like kind of like before you get ready to go to bed and everything. Like you all are healed and stuff like that, but before that.
Yeah. Cause she, with that insight / like perception, would she is that something that she can do that he's doing, or is that something that, because like I could see her trying to like play around with it. Yeah,
she can ask.
Yeah, so I think she would be trying to like look at the shadows and like kind of like casually like kind of jump in one.
Please
I realize it's not working like that. Like kind of just like casually sidestepping into it and then like looking at him, like side-eyeing him, like,
yeah, if he sees her do that, he immediately like looks at you and just, you see him kind of and then he steps into the same shadow, and as you like look, like then he's just gone, and as you look around, he's way at the other end of the hall and just
she's gonna be like, so can I do that? Is that one of the things that my charm can do now? Or is that like that's a lot higher discipline, isn't it?
As you come like running up to him to catch up and everything, he just very quietly nods. That's part of the result of doing that trial for 5 years every day. My own training.
I'll pass. I will stick to my leaping in and out of shadows. And yeah, she would just be making with him then while they're like walking around. Like she would be having him like point out things like about the monastery and like their tradition.
Yeah,
that's probably what she would be doing.
Yeah, for the rest of that time, then he's happy to kind of like, you know, point things out and everything. He's you notice that he never broaches the subject of what happened in the trial. But you get the sense there's a couple times where like he starts to kind of say something and then stops and then just continues on with, right, so this architecture was created in order, like, and like kind of goes back into history tour shit rather than actually touching on like anything that really happened that day. But yeah, no, Shin follows you. I will say, by the way, you actually did beat Shin on that roll, for the record, for the perception versus his stealth. You beat him by 1.
Earned respect. Earned respect.
No, so honestly, yeah, no, you got a little respect from him on that one of, oh, I don't like that.
I just, love it.
Yeah, no, but he's happy to talk with you, and he kind of talks you through too, like, since you do have the new shadow arts, like, Shin kind of talks you through, okay, this is how you use them, and even practices it a little bit with you on that before you guys go your separate ways. Journey or Arcadia, is there anything that you want to do?
Journey's pretty drained and not in the mood to talk to anybody or look at anybody.
Yeah, Arcadia's in the same boat. She has probably not even said a single word since they've left. She is completely just in her own brain.
I'm surprised you didn't want to meet your bowl.
Well, she needs to be in a good headspace for that.
That's fair.
Yeah, no, you're good. Okay, yeah, then you guys are able to rest through the night. Couple things of note. One, for all of you, this is the deepest, most restful sleep you've had in a while. And once again, let me repeat, for all of you. So, Aiko, you do not have any nightmares of Rin.
Oh, God. Yeah. She's going to be snugged up with that kimono so happily the next morning, like, oh my God. Yeah, actually, you all have never seen... You know what? I think Aiko would sleep through her meditation that morning. Like, that's how heavy of a sleep it's been. Like, she is ugly sleeping. Like, just, like, you know that scene in Frozen? When
I was just gonna say that!
Yes, that's exactly, like, just fucking hair, tails are, like, drool is on her ears. I mean, like, it is ugly sleeping. So, it was a fountain. Yeah.
It was a fountain. All right. your time, or I guess enjoying your sleep at the monastery, by the time you wake up, Shin already has, like, any gear you need packed and ready, like, perfectly laid out, organized. Like, that's just how the brain works for him. And he's ready to take you guys back back down the mountain.
So Shin is the Shadow Temple soccer mom. Got it.
Aside from
we get,
he
like,
can't
the
cook
Capri
snacks.
Suns.
No,
yeah,
he can't.
we get the Capri Suns,
Yeah,
the orange slices. You don't have to cook those. You just have to set them out.
I don't think people trust Shin when it comes to food in general.
I think I'd trust him. You know what? If he made a PB&J, I think I'd still eat it just to try it.
That is impressive. That is brave.
I'm not gonna let him try the mac and cheese.
The way of the Shadows Temple has changed me.
Oh god. But yeah.
Oh wait.
What?
What level do the monks have to be at the Shadow Temple to be able to eat his cooking?
Oh, what level?
Question.
To like be able to eat it and not have a problem with it?
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Because like, where do I line up with that now?
10th level? About?
Oh, never mind. No, not even close. No.
Like that
nope,
would
still
be
tastes like nasty laundry socks. No,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, no, it's gonna taste rough. 10th level, roughly, but even then, it's still not pleasant for anyone. It's just that they wouldn't get sick from it. You know, they still don't like it.
Fair.
Yeah, so, you guys, early in the morning, Erin is there as well to, say her farewell, for, gracing her monastery with your presence as envoys, and you see she has kind of like a little, like, smirk on her face a bit as she says, I hope you enjoyed your time here, knowing fully well, like, what you went through. It's just a little bit, not like her being a shit, but more so, she's well aware that it was not a pleasant time. But it's a little bit of her way of kind of how she copes with it and how she handles it too. And because again, she's high enough, like, she's been here long enough that place doesn't scare her. You guys head back down. As you guys are kind of heading back, Shin does ask you, I did promise to show you the monastery. Was there any other part of our court you were planning to see, or did you want to spend more time in Nisei or back to the capital?
Igo wants to spend a little bit more time in Nisei because they still have to give the note to Hibiki. And they only got to spend one night there, and then they had to book it out the next day. So she probably just wants to spend like a day there. And then also, like, what better place for everyone to kind of like relax after that is her thought, because like she's remembering like how much fun everyone had in the hot springs and like how everyone was kind of able to like kind of like run around and how happy they were upon like first arriving to the village with her. So like, yeah, she would kind of like look to everyone else though and be like, let me know if I'm being biased.
He's fine with that.
Yeah, and Shin does offer to just the hot springs are a nice place to relax as well. The monks, when they take a leave from the monastery, frequently will come to Nisei for the hot springs. So yeah, that sounds good to him. Then he offers, like, he'll accompany you to Nisei, and kind of mentions that he can stay with you then, or if Rin is still there, Rin may choose to hang around a little bit with everybody. But he'll make sure that you guys have appropriate accompaniment from Nisei back to the capital or to your next destination, wherever you choose to go, as well. And he kind of chuckles. No getting lost in the forest this time, right?
Yeah, Aiko, when he mentions Rin, Aiko, when he mentions Rin, like, she's been, like, kind of not in denial, but, like, not forgotten about things either, but it's kind of been, like, the back of her mind more so.
Mm-hmm.
And now that's back in the front, that one, she has to talk to him about the thing with her family, because she promised Shin that she would be the one to talk to him about that. And then two, she's really happy to see him, but it's also she knows it's gonna be hard seeing him right after killing him. Like it's like she's kind of like trying to like practice being like hey I missed you, like kind of thing, but then also being like, oh, like, you know, like that moment in Tangled where she's like, I'm finally free, and then she's like, I'm a horrible daughter, and then, but I'm like, I can't wait to go on adventures. What are they gonna do? Like, it's literally this back and forth. So
that feels very on brand.
She's like, she's like, I'm gonna see him. I'm gonna like run up. I'm just gonna wrap my arms around him. I'm gonna kiss him, and she's like, yeah, like that do. Or knowing full well she's gonna see him and just like fucking be weeping, and it's like, oh God, no, don't be that girl. So
okay. Then you guys make your way back down the mountain pretty easily. It's a pretty nice day out today. There's no, you know, major storms, gusts of wind, anything like that. So you're able to make it down pretty quickly and pretty easily back to Nice, where, you know, it sounds like your plan that you said to Shin was that you're kind of planning to spend the day here, at least?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Rizzles.
And then let me grab Shin, because he would be here.
Guys, this is gonna be the first time we've heard happy music in like, what, 4 sessions? Maybe 3?
No. We deserve a happy little vacay day.
So this is not the time to do the intense music.
Well, it's like on Friday when I accidentally went to battle music and everyone was like, oh! I was like, oh, sorry.
Yeah, like everyone kept like,
back to the
panicking over it. Yeah, no, you were good. There we go. So yeah, so you guys head back down to Nice, and make your way back to the Kitsune village. As you guys start coming back into into view of the town, you see, like, you know, there are Kitsune everywhere, like kind of going about their business in the village. Everyone's pretty like hardworking and industrious and everything. Well, almost everyone is very hardworking and industrious. As you walk up and see that underneath one of the maple trees is a Kitsune who's just taking a nap. Because he likes naps. They're so much fun, and they're great ways to pass the time while you're waiting for people to come back. And you see that Rin is just kind of sleeping, hanging out under a tree. Like, it almost looks like he's been waiting, but just maybe waiting a little too long, and just passed out where he is. But you guys make your way back to Nice.
I can let you all know right now that if he's asleep and Aiko sees him, she's just freezing up for a second, like, just fuck, like seeing him with his eyes closed and like peaceful is just like, this is nope, because he could be dead, like, and like that the first thing that like kind of like plagues her, so it's just kind of like that like hiccup yip where she's just like stops. So if anyone's next to her, you just feel her just go still.
I would ask her if she's okay.
Yeah, she's just kind of like speechless, kind of like looking ahead.
You would just nod and tell her she understands. There's nothing really she can do for her other than let her work it out and hopefully talk to Rin.
Yeah,
Did the
Arcadia
group
would
talk about... Go ahead.
I was gonna say Arcadia would just like kind of put like a reassuring hand like on her arm. Like if she felt Aiko kind of like panic.
Yeah.
Were you asking if we talked about it?
Yeah. The night before we left.
I don't think, like, this is just Journey, like, going by what I think Journey would do. I really don't think she would want to talk about it right away because she knew everybody else just went through, like, their own stuff too, and she feels like it would be too much. Plus, she's, like, really good at like internalizing things. Like she should probably talk to Aiko about it eventually, but not right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, because that would probably change her response with a lot of things too. Yeah. Yeah. So if Journey kind of gives her the words of affirmation, and Arcadia does as well, especially with like the touch on her arm that kind of like snaps her out of it for a second. And then she's gonna look back to Shin. Honestly.
Yeah. As you look back to Shin, he's already watching you for your reaction. And as you look back at him, he just shakes his head. The first time you see them again is always the hardest.
Yeah, she's gonna kind of be like, okay, like kind of like shakily, and yeah, she would start kind of like, she's trying to walk up and be like quiet about it because she doesn't want to wake him up from his nap, but she knows she's going to have to wake him up from the nap, but it's better to like softly than be like stip stomp, these fucking twigs, like just, not that she would do that. Yeah.
Aiko, make me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, Jesus, fuck. No, that's not great. Okay, I'm gonna land in a trap, aren't I? That's a 12.
Alright, Aiko, as you quietly approach the sleeping fox, you're so nervous about seeing him again and approaching him and everything that you're just a little too slow as Rin snaps up and just grabs your ankle and pulls you off your feet. And like
just
as,
that, like
yep,
kind of like
as you shriek and you're falling,
scream.
He just catches you and pulls you in, and it's just good. Was wondering when you'd get back. Yeah, definitely wasn't sleeping like at all.
I thought he like put a booby trap up, so I'm really glad it wasn't that, because she just would have been like yeet, like he just like pulled up into the tree.
That would have been very bad for a number of reasons.
Yeah. Horrible. Horrible.
Yeah, no, but he just reaches out and like kind of grabs you and pulls you in to him as he as Beef Puff says, he literally sweeps you off your feet.
Oh my god. This man. Yeah, no, I mean, she would kind of like that startled shriek, and then if he's just like holding her there, like she's just like just trying to keep it together, but also like happy to feel him, but like, yeah,
if she's like not saying it, if she's not saying anything, he's immediately just, normally when you see the love of your life, sexy man that he is after being away for so long, you say, oh honey, I missed you so much and I love you so much, and well, maybe we're not there yet, but I missed you so much and it's so good to see you, and you just like tell them the things you like about them. So that's a good place to start if you're looking for
She's just interrupting him when he's like, honey, I miss you so much, and she's just like arms around him, like shaking, holding him. And she's just gonna like muffle like in like, because I just like face buried in neck, like I missed you so much, like.
Journey and Arcadia, you see that Rin's caught off guard. Like he was being his wonderful, suave, smarmy asshole self, and everything, and was making a joke about it, but as soon as she hugs him like that, you see that not only is he caught off guard, but there's like just like shock and surprise and confusion on his face, and he looks over to it initially looks like Arcadia that he's looking to you, but you can tell he's looking past you at Shin. And as you look at Shin, you see that he just has a very dark, very like severe look on his face and just starts walking away. Aiko, Rin like very cautiously like starts to hug you back and just, no, I did actually miss you. Are you okay, Aiko?
It's like she nods at first, and then she shakes her head, and then she nods, and then she shakes her head, like it's like yes but no. Like,
hey, have I ever shown you that Shin and I actually built training grounds at the estate? I don't know if I ever showed you that we actually built that as kids. We thought we were the coolest thing ever, because, duh, we were. I was, at least. It was pretty great. But why don't I show you those?
Like, just, like, she hasn't moved her head. Like, she's literally just, like, still clinging. Like, how, like, koala hold on to their mothers? Like, legs wrapped around. She is clinging to him.
Yeah, Journey Arcadia, you see he looks over to you and just kind of makes a gesture like... and then he actually scoops Aiko up, like, under her butt so that she doesn't have to move out of koala position. Just as she's, like, koala bearing him and everything, he's just carrying you. And he takes you and heads back over to the Cosmo estate to give you kind of a chance to, one, breathe, and two, kind of decompress a bit from everything. So I'm just going to move you kind of to where you would be roughly on the map.
Yeah.
Shin has headed out, unless anyone's heading after him. He's going to just kind of head out and do his own thing. Arcadia and Journey, was there anything that you, is there anywhere in particular that you would like to go while Rin's kind of calming down Aiko, and you guys have some time in Nisei? And even if you're not sure of a specific location, if it's even things like, hey, would love to, like, kind of just want a chance to chill, or if it's, hey, I really want to try to, like, practice this thing, or I want to learn about this, or I want to go shopping for something, or anything like that. If there's anything that you want to do around town.
Arcadia would probably just want to chill. She doesn't want to be alone, though, so she would kind of, like, quietly tag along with, like, Leighton or Journey, like, wherever they're gonna go.
He's all for going with you somewhere and chilling.
Yeah, she doesn't want to do anything too, like, she doesn't want to talk to anybody. So,
yeah,
like,
no, that's
we
perfect. Like, we can go somewhere in silence and just relax. Journey's the best person to take for that. Like, yeah, let's just play.
Trauma circle!
Yeah, then for, if you guys want to kind of go somewhere to chill, not literally, hot springs are probably the best place for that. To get to, like, relax, like, rest your muscles, like, rest, like, because you had a deep sleep, but you still, like, both almost died yesterday, as did Leighton. Like, so really all three of you are still really, 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 rough and kind of worn out.
You all are just, like, staring at your reflections in a pond.
Kind of.
Just, like, not talking to any soul that walks by.
Yep. So hot springs would be a good place to go and chill. In terms of if you wanted to go somewhere that would be quiet, the library also would be a good place to go that's going to be quiet. It's a library.
Arcadia can't show her face in there again. Can't go there yet. She may have gone through the Trial of Shadows, but she is still
Mortified.
So
All you have to do
You
is
need
go
a
back
Trial
in
of
there.
Shadows for, like, shame.
Go back in there and be like, that was my twin sister. She's just like that. I'm sorry.
That was Arcadia. That was,
Arcadia!
you gotta change your season, and you gotta go in as a different person. Like,
you
Oh
go.
my god.
you'll never know.
Oh, goodness.
It'll work out so well.
Yeah, so then if you guys want to go to hot springs instead, you can, to kind of, like, relax and rest for the day and everything. Aiko, as you and Rin get to the estate, he just very quietly asks, like, hey, if it's not trying to suggest anything, but my room would probably be the most private place we can be. If you just need to let it out. Yeah, then he takes you back to his childhood room, like where he grew up in, like, the estate with his family and everything. Which both, like, helps and hurts and everything, because on one hand it is private, it is quiet, nobody is back in this house. It's kind of like a, whereas Haru's family stays in the main estate, like the main house,
Right.
Rin and Shin grew up in the, kind of like one of the
Yeah,
the
because
rich
Aiko
family
spent the night
houses.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it is kind of more on its own. The bad news is that it's also full of kind of trinkets and things from Rin as a kid and Rin growing up. So it almost just hits home even harder like getting to see like this other side to him and getting to see like things like, you know, pictures of like toys that he would have played with, or God love Rin carvings and like the walls and things like that.
Yeah, because she saw all this before the temple, but then afterwards, like it's like she's noticing it even more so.
Yeah. What do you want to do?
I mean, yeah, like I know you and I role played it, but yeah, it would be. So for those of you who didn't know, for last time, before we even entered the Shadow Temple, even prior to that, Aiko got coins. When she left the Court of Stars, she was given a coin that had her name on it, and it had a fox symbol on one side. And then when we came to the Court of Fall, she ran into these other foxes that kind of looked like her, and they knew who she kind of was. Like, they were like, you look really familiar. And it turns out that they were her family. They're like her brothers and sisters and aunt. And they gave her the other coin that belonged to her dad. And she, like, they'd been attacked by this air elemental when they were with that family. But then when they were on the way to the Trial of Shadows, they got attacked by it again. And Shin was like, you mind explaining that? And she was like, oh my god. Because her family told her to keep it secret, because apparently they are a cursed clan, and she was like, I need to find a way to break this curse. And so Shin pretty much was like, yeah, I know, like, there's a reason why you're, like, that family is cursed, and, like, you know, I shouldn't trust you. And she was like, please at least let me tell Rin. Like, I don't know what's going on. I didn't tell either of you because, like, they told me to keep it secret to keep them safe, but, like, I need to help them. And so she is pretty much about to kind of tell Rin everything that happened in the Shadow Temple. And she's just weeping as she does it. I mean, like, she is just an hot mess, because they before had said, like, you know, they want to be open about things. They want there to be, like, this level of trust. And she wants to tell them everything that happened. And it's also, she tells him that, like, she no longer has the nightmares too. But yeah, like, when she had to reveal to him that, like, she had to kill him, it, like, she's just, like, breaking down. Like, she could barely get it out. And then he kind of, like, is able to, like, put the pieces together, and then she actually comes out and says it, and he's just like, whoa, okay. So he was able to comfort her, and then she also revealed the stuff about the Kaneko clan, and she legitimately thought that he was, like, ready to leave and be like, nope, you're part of a cursed family, fuck off, kind of thing. Because who wouldn't? Because no one likes a girl with baggage, apparently. Not true. On many accounts. Anywho, so with this being said, like, he was then like, well, you know the story, right? And so then he retold the story as well, and was like, it was supposed to be, like, kind of like a scary kid's story, like, to, you know,
yeah, I was gonna say, I can kind of summarize, like, that part of it and everything. Yeah. That
right.
What Aiko, I would say what Aiko, like, would have heard from Shin, heard kind of from Rin, and building on that was that the story of the cursed clan is like a kind of like when the Brothers Grimm fairy tales were originally like warning stories, like, hey kids, listen to your parents and don't wander in the woods, or a witch will eat you, like that kind of shit. It's a similar kind of thing for any of the Kitsunes who grew up in Nisei. There are some elders who take it so seriously they won't even talk about it. They won't even share the story, because it's not just a children's tale to them. It is the truth of their history. For others, it's more of like, it'd be like telling someone about, like I said, like Hansel and Gretel. It'd be like telling someone like that kind of story, where it's more of, yeah, like, it's a scary story, but it's not real. Like, the clan doesn't actually exist. Like, it's just, like, or if they do, they're dead by now. Like, they're very cavalier with it. Rin knows that it's true. Shin knows that it's true. The elders know that it's true. And he kind of let Aiko know all of that they all know that it's a true story. How much stock they put into it otherwise, but it was 100% like all the Kitsune in Nisei are pretty much taught from birth. Couple things. One, the cursed clan is cursed for a reason. You don't go against that. Two, and this is one of the big things too, is that they're taught early on that if you ever see a Kitsune who you don't recognize from the village, who's lurking around the village, like on the borders, you stay far away from them. because for them it's a cursed kitsune. And so there are stories of people who go missing, and some of the stories that they tell are, oh well, they must have gone missing because a cursed kitsune got them. A cursed kitsune killed them. Like the kitsune was jealous, the kitsune was like enraged and like that kind of thing. So it's very much like the cursed clan has kind of become like the boogeyman for a lot of the kids, and I say.
Yeah. Which is why Aiko's shocked that then Rin, after learning that, and like after hearing that Aiko's like, I want to do everything I can to help them, like save them. They're like, they're my family. Like I would do this for anyone's family because no one deserves this. Like they're literally being hunted to extinction. And he looked at her coin and was like, hey, like you should check out the archives of the library. And she was like, oh my god, that's a great idea. And he's like, yeah, I know, I'm pretty amazing. And she's kind of shocked that he's like still willing to like date her, because she's like, you're okay with this? And he's kind of like, well, yeah, like, you know, you're you kind of thing. And so she's like huge relief. Like she's gotten all of this off her chest. She, you know, and she told him pretty much too, like, because he kept like cavalier, like in a way, like bringing up his death. Like how she like, oh yeah, well you killed me, you wouldn't be the first person who wants to kill me. And she's like, no, it's not like that. And she was pretty much like, if it came down to my life or yours, like I'm not letting you die. Like, and so I think that like for a moment was kind of like, oh, weird for him. But yeah, and then they pretty much ended on the note that after they were done hanging out, like the next day is when she was then going to be looking at the library and possibly looking into help for her family, but she wanted to talk to the other envoys with that. So.
All right, yeah. So that's kind of catching up on Rin and Aiko and kind of that conversation, some of the new information gleaned from it. Journey and Arcadia. The two of you and Leighton. I'll head over to, because Leighton, like, especially if Arcadia says anything along the lines of, like, I just want to chill, but I don't want to be alone, kind of thing. Leighton's been very quiet this whole time. And he very much has that look on his face that, like, you all recognize from after the doll fight, of, this was traumatic. This was a very, very traumatic moment. I mean, it was for everybody, but again, for someone who's not used to it yet, or is still, like, welcome to the club, kind of thing, like, it was a very traumatic moment for him. And, as you say, like, you know, the not wanting to be alone, he just nods and kind of quietly follows. And so the three of you get to head over to the hot springs, and kind of relax. It sounded like, for the most part, people are going to be just sitting in, like, quiet contemplation and everything, unless there was anything in particular that you guys wanted to talk about or ask about.
Arcadia would probably, like, not sit in complete silence, like, once they're there. Like, she would probably try to make, like, some sort of small talk, but, like, not really bringing up anything that she had to do, or, like, asking about what they had to do, because she knows that there's a line right now and nobody really wants to cross it. But, like, I mean, if she sees a turtle, she's gonna be like, oh my fucking god, please look at that turtle right now, please, it's so cute. So she would kind of be trying to, like, lighten the mood for them a little bit at any point, but not, like, pushing too hard.
Yeah.
This is Leighton's first time at the hot spring too, isn't it?
He didn't go last time.
No.
Yeah, he didn't go to the
Leighton,
hot springs
there's a
last
turtle over there.
As you say there's a turtle, like, you see, like, Leighton kind of, like, blinks out of, like, whatever deep thought he was just in and just goes, there's a turtle? Like, very quietly.
Film the turtle.
Yeah.
Ooh, it'll make him happy.
And he, like, very hesitantly, like, follows over to see the turtle. And Leighton's, you know, tall, 'cause centaur. And, like, gets down, like, and, like, kneels down by the turtle and is just staring at it for a minute and just kind of smiles. This actually kind of reminds me of Polymnia. It really helps.
How so?
Well, she's a nymph, and, you know, she, a lot of lot of the forest creatures really like her. And he like is fighting back a smile a little bit. There was one day that I saw her by the lake. Nothing bad, nothing creepy. She's a nymph in the lake, and he's like quickly trying to explain like, please don't hate me, like kind of thing. But she was just sitting by the water, and there were fish swimming up to her, and the turtle like swam up to her and everything, and normally she's surrounded by a lot of people. It was nice just to see her like that. And just... She had a different smile on her face then than she normally does. So it was nice to just see her relax.
I don't want to like her.
But for right now, Journey's letting it slide because it's making him like smile and stuff, so...
You can have this moment.
Yeah,
you can have this.
He watches the turtle for a little bit, and then he looks over to the two of you. Can I ask you guys something?
Yeah, anything.
How do you handle that? Like, is that normal for you all?
No.
No,
Arcadia would
that's
just say it
fine.
really fast. That's not to that extent. That was a lot.
It was a lot for all of us, and that's why we're here now, trying to just relax and decompress a little bit. We have been through, you know, traumatic things before, but that was definitely a different level for all of us. It's not just you.
Okay, that's good to know.
Mhm.
I was feeling kind of alone there.
No, you don't need to feel alone. We're all here together, and we're out of there now. So, yeah, just use this day, this moment to try to bring yourself out of that a little bit. And just enjoy it as much as you can.
I'm glad I have you guys as friends.
Oh my god! I didn't think I was gonna cry this session! That was so cute!
You just sort of like protect him.
Anyways, I'm really glad to have you too, buddy.
And as like he says that, and then sees just like emotional breakdown, I guess, for a second from everyone. He was a little confused, but no, you guys are able to spend a day together, just relaxing at the hot springs. It's almost like that moment of Leighton saying that he's glad to have you as friends is like also a little bit of the reassurance that y'all needed. That like you guys are all friends. You're not just envoys you're not just coworkers, you know? You're not just here because you had to be. You guys are friends, you're a team. And you're able to kind of relax and enjoy the day. Before everybody meets up that night, I imagine at the Cosma estate for kind of getting to get caught up on things and everything. So like Aiko and Rin would be there and would be able to join back in. Also, you guys know that you guys get pretty much free food there whenever you're there. So it's again kind of your home base. The estate itself is your home base more so than them having like an inn or anything else outside of the estate. But yeah, so you're able to relax and spend time with folks. Is there anything else that anyone wanted to do today or get caught up with folks on or anything like that? All right. Oh, Handsome asked a great question. Shin did not make dinner tonight. Actually, if anything, if Rin knows what Aiko's been through, he's making dinner for everybody. He's even telling Leighton, sit down, I got this, horse boy. Like, I got this.
Yeah.
He doesn't need any help in the kitchen. Yeah. So you guys are able to enjoy kind of your night. You are in Nisei for the next day. Over dinner, Rin does ask you just about, like, how long are you planning to stay in Nisei? I mean, if you guys are planning to make this a permanent home, I guess that's one thing. But, Or are you guys staying for a long time?
I would immediately blush and kind of look to the rest of the group, kind of like,
Sorry, it's the face.
Yeah, being like, we were hoping to stay for a little bit. And she like looks to him and then looks at the girls and be like, I really want to go to the library tomorrow.
The mention of the library, Arcadia's like, but she's like,
Time to
yeah,
go.
we can do that.
Did Arcadia explain what that library to the group?
Probably not. She probably didn't have a chance
No.
to. But she's it's like when somebody brings up a really embarrassing moment from like your childhood and you're like, no, why would you bring it up? But this is like recent, so it hurts even more. And she's like, nah.
We'll put a disguise on you. It's all fine.
Yeah.
I'll put on a
Aiko
hat.
immediately is just kind of
Yeah.
like, what happened? Like,
You can have my dark tinted glasses.
Great.
does that disguise you?
No, so the glasses
Huh?
don't
I was
disguise
gonna
you.
say.
Yeah, but
I was gonna say the glasses that you have just change the tint of everything.
oh,
Yeah, your disguised self is a tattoo. So unless Case went out like today and got a brand new masquerade tattoo,
I've got minor illusion.
you do have minor illusion.
It's
It
okay.
only lasts for a minute though.
I can own
So we
up
just gotta
to
get
it.
you past.
Case, I will say too, if it helps, you guys are if you guys are planning on going to the library the following day, like not that night, but that following day, there will be a long rest in between. If you have any spells that can assist. I'm also gonna throw out here, you're also a druid, so really worst case scenario, you can become an
Be a pet
animal.
squirrel.
you
Hey man,
go.
we've seen what that squirrel do. We've seen what that squirrel do. You can-
Yep.
Yeah.
Scamper.
No, it's okay. She'll own up to it. She would explain the story to everybody through like a very embarrassed face. Just like they think I do drugs. I tried to be
Aiko is-
casual and like I just wanted to look at plants to like avoid eating, and they think that I want to eat them, and they think I do drugs.
Aiko, as you're describing this, is like, at first kind of like, just kind of silent, but then you just hear like, slowly like,
It's okay, Aiko, you
Riz-
can laugh.
Rin's tails are swishing,
Like-
and he has that glint in his eye of the older brother who's never letting this fucking go.
Arcadia's head is like in her arms, and she's like on the table, like, ugh.
yeah. This is the first time that you all have heard like Aiko laugh since the Shadow Temple, and like she is just like, God, I needed this. Like, this is this is normal. This is normal. It's Arcadia eating mysterious fucking plants again.
Glad you
Because,
can laugh at my
again-
expense, Aiko.
Yeah, so that's fantastic.
Case, for
yeah.
what it's worth, Handsome's advice was, this is the Court of Fall. Walk into the library with your head held high.
It's true.
It took me a minute. It took me a second to process. God damn it.
I had to share.
Oh my god.
Okay, so you guys are planning on going to the library tomorrow. As you guys are talking about going to the library tomorrow, Rin does kind of look around the table again. So right, again, is this library thing like a 10-day tour of the library, or you just want to check? And he like looks over to Aiko because he knows like why you're talking about the library. Is this kind of more of like a one-day thing? I know Shin and I are expected back at the court, and I do want to make sure that, you all get home safe. Not led astray by statues again, and he does a little circle motion as he says it.
She just like pouts at him like, you.
There may not be a
Yeah,
spirit of the forest
she
to help you
look-
that time otherwise.
Yeah, that same look that Arcadia had of the shame, Aiko's just like, got it. Yup. Cool. Yeah, then she'd kind of look to the group and then kind of back to him and be like, maybe 2 days at tops? And then kind of look back to the group. Because she's really hoping, and she's going to kind of explain, like, she hopes that they can just kind of handle it in the one day and then maybe leave the next morning or leave afterwards, but she really wants to do everything she can to try to get as much information as she can.
Does that sound good with the group? Okay. Yeah, then Rin just kind of nods. Sure. I'll let Shin know. He may have to head back to the capital a little early. But I can let him know. And I suppose my charming and fantastic self could maybe hang out with you a little longer. And you notice, like, he is absolutely,
God,
like,
he's
flexing.
so annoying.
As he does this. And it's just very much the, You know.
Normally she would, like, tease him or, like, just kind of, like, eye roll, but she's just like...
Yeah, the longer that Aiko...
Enjoying.
Yeah, the longer that Aiko's enjoying it, the longer that the gun show just goes on.
Yeah, because it's like, you know what? Let him have this. He's not dead. Like, this is great. Yeah. Yeah. Then, she would, kind of tell the girls, like, you know, I'll explain in the morning, kind of what I need from the library, because it's about her family.
Yeah, and of course Journey is willing to help as much as she can.
Yeah. Yeah, once everyone's done with their food, though, Aiko's gonna start doing dishes. She's cleaning up.
Okay. Anything else that you guys want to do for that night? Or Aiko, any info that you wanted to give them about that records room that, because Rin gave you a little bit of info on kind of like a heads up about it and everything.
Yeah, I assume, like, if, it depends on where they're eating versus where they're doing dishes, because she could be doing dishes while explaining it to them.
Yeah, Journey will help you do dishes and you can talk to her about it.
Yeah, so, like, I imagine, like, Journey and Aiko are doing dishes and they're handing things to Arcadia to, like, you know, like, dry off. And I imagine that you're using a druidic focus for, like, your druidic craft, and you're, like, you know, just, like, you know, like, air drying it, literally.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and then Leighton is, like, using his tail to kind of, like, you know, dust off counters and, like, clean off counters, and, like, you know, like, everyone's cleaning and tidying up. And so that's when she would pretty much, you know, say, like, Rin mentioned that there is a woman who's his aunt. She's, like, one of the elders who has archives in the back of the library, but only, like, villagers and very specific villagers with permission are allowed access to these archives. But Hibiki is her daughter. And so we were hoping that because we had the letter from my brother for Hibiki, which is totally a love letter, we know this, to give to her to see if maybe she could help find something for Aiko. Because what Aiko's looking for is seeing if they can find either her mom or her dad's name in any of the books about the clans, to find out if she's also a member of a different clan that's, like, because you know how, like, obviously, like, you're marrying two different clans possibly she's trying to find out if they're both Kaneko, if her mom and dad are both Kaneko, or if one's from a different clan, because then that different clan would be able to help us.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, because, like, she didn't want Rin to get involved, because obviously it's not his job, and she doesn't want to put him at risk for things. Like, she doesn't want to get him in trouble, pretty much.
Yeah, no,
and then
Journey's very eager to help. Like, she'll put her investigation skills to use.
Yeah. Yeah, and then she also reveals to them that he mentioned that any Kitsune that help the Kaneko clan simply will be cursed as well. And she doesn't know if that applies to non-Kitsune. And she kind of, like, ears back, kind of looks to you guys.
Okay, so, like, who said that?
Rin told her that.
Any Kitsune that helps a Kaneko would also get the curse applied to them?
That's what the stories say.
Okay.
But, like, that's another reason why Aiko is like, I don't want anyone getting directly involved. Like, if they can give me the resources, then, like, great. Or if they give you
Yeah.
all the resources.
I'm going to be directly involved.
Yeah, and then she's also gonna like let you guys know though, like if this is something that puts you all at risk though, she doesn't want you all to feel obliged. Like she wants you all to have a choice.
Understand.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Then if everyone is all set, then in the morning, you guys, have a chance to like eat, like kind of catch up like on like any like last minute like details, good things like that. And then you head over to the library of Nice. Rin doesn't join you this morning because one, libraries aren't his jam. And two,
You don't say.
yeah, but shocking, no one. And two, because he knows kind of what you're trying to research, it's gonna be bad if he's involved.
Yeah.
So he does offer, like, he basically sees you guys off at the door, and even like makes like a shitty joke of like, "Bye kids, have a great day at school. Come home alive this time."
Oh.
And it's just like it's his humor is also very much his way that he copes with a lot of the shit that goes on in his life.
Mhm.
As Aiko kind of heard him talk about it a little bit, but for him it's very much, if I can keep joking about it and laughing about it, it's not real, it's not serious, more or less. So yeah, 100% it's a come back alive, don't burn down the village, kids, don't do things I would do, or do, that's more fun. But it's like that continuous like shouting at you as you are like walking out the door. Yeah, no, 100%. Like the kids are turning to stare at you guys like, why is... Oh, it's Rin
don't
yelling,
know him.
that makes sense. Like the moment they see who's actually yelling, they're like, no, that just tracks. But yeah, so you guys make your way over to the library. And I believe, Arcadia, were you the only one who came here before?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm the only one who made a fool of herself, yes.
Excellent. We love that. Love that. Yeah, no, Rin 100% shouts out, Arcadia, don't eat weird plants, please. And everything.
God damn it.
Don't smoke them, don't snort them, don't, like, he's giving you the whole rundown of it and everything.
Stop it!
All that good stuff. Also, everyone say hey to Liz, because Liz just raided into to us and everything. We were talking about Karoo earlier tonight, so it's
Literally, we're just talking about Karoo. Oh, hi, honey.
That was perfect, like perfect and everything, yeah. But yeah, so you guys make your way over to the library. And what's the game plan as you guys are standing outside watching?
Yeah, Aiko would mention to them, just don't bring up the clan. Like, yep. Just, Yep.
Wasn't
That was
going
the-
to anyway.
Yep,
Cool.
cool.
I wasn't
That's the
going to, but
impression
it's
that
good to have the...
Yep. Just in case Leighton didn't know at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's, that's the word on the street.
Yeah, after he got caught up with you guys at dinner last night and everything, that was... He looks at you, Aiko, and he's just... like, heard kind of thing.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah. Honestly, actually, you know what? I can see him going, heard chef, Aiko. And everything. Like, cause like, almost
Oh
like
my
he
God.
reverts, like, he's like listening so intently, he reverts back to when he would work in the kitchen with Nona and everything, and just has to, right, Aiko.
So when he makes mistakes on the battlefield, I'll be like, you fucking donut!
Yes, chef! Yes, chef! Sorry, chef! What are you? An idiot sandwich, chef!
This is raw! Cook the schnitzel!
Your laugh so raw, it's fucking bleeding!
This orange cake is still on the tree!
Schnitzel? More like shitzel!
My face hurts from laughing.
The only thing spirit about this meat is my reputation! Now get back in there!
Yes, chef! Yes, chef! Sorry, chef! Heard, chef! It won't happen again, chef!
Oh my God.
We've been watching too much House
We've
Kitchen.
been watching way too much Hell's Kitchen. We've been watching way too much. Or not enough, one
It's
might
easy
say.
to do that.
Gosh, I love Gordon Ramsay. Anyway,
He's a treasure.
Fantastic.
he is top tier.
Seeing
He's
him
top
in
tier.
context, I'm like, you know what? No, like they deserved this insult. This
Right?
is I'm looking at this, I'm like,
Your meat is purple. It's that raw. Like how?
you know.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. No, we're gonna
That's
get
a
we're gonna
crayon
get
color.
real fast.
Like, sorry. Anywho, that looks like Play-Doh.
We're gonna get heated real fast, unlike their raw lamb. Just anyway.
Roasted.
Not
Unlike
like
the
their
lamb.
lamb. Anyway.
It just keeps going. It never
Yeah.
ends. I love it.
This is why we're up until 4 in the morning, just riffing off of each other
This is
on
it,
lamb
this is it.
jokes and Gordon Ramsay.
This is it. This is the friendship summed up right here.
He's gonna Gordon Ramsay that raw lamb down your throat unless you get back in the kitchen.
Followed by, okay, now it's your turn in Stardew, right? Or is it my turn in Stardew? Yeah. Alright, so you guys make your way to the library. Yep.
Okay,
You swallowed good.
I made it.
Cool.
I did.
Alright, so,
Always, Library.
As Handsome said, meanwhile, everyone in the library is like, why are they yelling in the library? Shush.
We're not in the library yet. We're outside the doors.
Yeah, so you guys make your way up to the library. Who's heading on in?
Oh, slowly, but surely.
You can hide behind me if you want.
I was gonna say, if Leighton sees that you're being very slow to walk in Arcadia, he like kind of glances back and then just casually, walks beside you, like that you're, hey, like, not alone, buddy, like, and kind of nudges you, like, we faced worse.
That's debatable. This is really fucking embarrassing.
So as you guys walk in, you see the Library of Nice, which, again, just because, been a minute, really beautiful, large library, lots of, like, really dark, rich woods. That was hard to say. As well as, like, different, like, you can see different reading nooks and areas. You can see that bookshelves have been set up pretty much anywhere they can. As you first walk in, you see that you're greeted by, like, a front desk. And at the front desk, you currently see who, Arcadia, you got his name last time, right?
I did.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I can just give it to you, I just wanted to double check before I said it. But you recognize that, you recognize that's Kaito, Kaito. Kaito is sitting at the front desk, and he's one of my most librarian activities ever. He has the stamp in hand and is like stamping the book, sealing it, like, closing it, moving it over, stamping it, closing it, moving it, like stamping that like everything's been returned, and is kind of working his way through the pile. It's otherwise pretty quiet in the library. The only other thing that you can hear is like there's a couple people here and there who are studying or working, things like that. But the two who really take your, focus or your notice, you see there is a white-haired Kitsune. You can kind of see, like, partly because she's just older, but it also seems like even like in her tails, like her tails are like pure white. As you see an 8-tailed Kitsune who is standing and talking to the pink and gray-haired one, who you would recognize as anyone, I think if Arcadia was the one who went to the library, then Arcadia you'd recognize as Hibiki. And you can tell, Aiko especially can tell because you're Kitsune, Hibiki's ears are like back, folded like back on her head, and like anyone can tell like from her posture, she's not having a pleasant conversation with the older woman.
Getting scolded.
She is getting scolded.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say Kitsune knows that.
Yeah, you can see that she's getting like scolded. So as you guys walk in, the first thing that happens is that you have Kaito looks up from the desk and just, Envoys. And he shuts the book and puts a stamp aside. Welcome to the Library of Nice. How may I... And he looks back over and sees Arcadia. How may I help you? Like, there's like a pause. And then he continues
no.
finishing off the question.
Motherfucker.
How may I help you today?
What color is his fur?
His fur is more like kind of a darker gray, almost black. It has like a little bit of like salt and pepper in it. But it's definitely darker.
Yeah. Aika, when they first walked in, seeing the different color Kitsune, I mean, she's still fascinated by this. So she like easily like kind of peeked around the desk, like you know, kind of like looking like tails just switching because she's like, oh my gosh, it's like Arctic white. Like, and then this other one is like, I've never seen this color before, like, kind of thing. Even though like she met all the like a lot of the people in the village the other day, it's still it's gonna take years for this to click for her. Yeah, so if he's like, you know, what can I do to help you? I mean, like, she's like leaning over the desk, like looking at his tails, like just her own, just kind of squish, excitedly, and being like, oh, hi, sorry, I'm Aiko, and she's gonna like kind of like gesture to the rest of the group for them to introduce themselves.
Nice to meet you. I'm Journey.
Leighton.
I think you remember me.
Envoy Arcadia.
So embarrassed, like not making eye contact. Oh no.
Welcome to the library. Is there something I may assist you with, or were you just wanting to look around?
A little bit of both, actually. We were hoping to look around because, I've never been to Nice Day before, and this is my first time meeting a lot of Kitsune, and I'd really like to know more about Kitsune. And also, I'm looking for, a girl named Hibiki?
You see he, like, casually glances over his shoulder at the girl who's getting scolded.
Mm-hmm.
Hibiki is busy at the moment. But I'm sure she would be glad to assist you after Antusagi is finished speaking with her.
Okay. Do you have any... First of all, do you have any favorite books of yours here in this library? And also, do you have a recommendation on, you know, if I just want to know more about the clans, kind of where to look?
Favorites as in my personal favorites?
You can tell a lot about our librarian by what books they like.
I prefer the books about the histories of the different rulers in the courts, and the main trios of the ruler, guardian, and sage. It's something that fascinates me, especially for some of the cultures that are a bit more... have a different way of choosing or ascending to the throne than ours do. So he kind of indicates like he's a little bit more into the like kind of like the politics side of it and everything is and when it comes to the history, yeah.
She is, as he says that about like the rulers and stuff, she immediately is going to remember because they mentioned like part of the curse was that the Kaneko clan failed. Do not eat my flowers. Like failed the ruler, and then that ruler died. So she's immediately thinking, I wonder how far back this goes. Maybe I can even find information from that. So she like leans onto the desk like forward and be like, how far back does that go?
Our records here?
Mm-hmm.
Well, normally it would go rather far back, but we've had several books go missing over the last few months.
And she like leans in a little bit closer, like kind of like whispering, like, are people not returning their books?
Worse. And he like glances again over his shoulder at Hibiki. But I can look as far back as I can for you from our records here. Would that work?
I'd really appreciate it.
Do you only want the Court of Fall, or do you want any court?
Honestly, any court I think would be helpful, but
Very
definitely Court of Fall.
And he just stands from his desk, and then he looks over to Arcadia, Lane, and Journey. Were there any other books that I can get for you?
Katie just shakes her head. She learned
Books
her
on
lesson.
plants, perhaps? And he's like
No, I-
very straight-faced about this, but like you can tell from the way that his tails are swishing that he's enjoying this moment.
Nope. I think I learned all I needed to learn last time. Thank you.
Yeah, Aiko's playfully biting her lip, like smiling, like this is funny.
Yeah, Kato gestures for like you to follow him, and he starts to head up toward like this back room, kind of up toward this back room. So up toward the top left, if you need to zoom out for it.
Yeah. As
Mhm.
well, I was gonna say, as he's getting some distance, Aiko would kind of quietly whisper to Journey, like, if you would like a chance to kind of break away. Like, kind of like hinting, like, hey, you can kind of move around and investigate things. Like, I can keep him distracted. Because the night before, she would have pretty much told you guys, like, this is what we're looking for, kind of thing. But, like, it's not, yeah, you can do whatever you want. She's just saying, like, you know,
Okay,
this
what
is not
exactly?
on your radar, kind of thing.
Just remind me, like, what exactly would I be looking for?
You'd be looking for, kind of like older documents or something that's kind of like, you know, family trees, like, kind of thing. Aiko had mentioned that they'd mentioned it was in the archives, so we don't know where the archives are. But, you know, just if you hear like this area is strictly forbidden, like that's a good place to check. Or like, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, just to kind of like be on the radar kind of thing, because yeah.
Okay. Journey, as you hang back, and honestly, as the group was moving, you would have noticed that it was when the group starts kind of like all moving like that direction, that white-haired fox just stops. Journey, you can definitely hear it if you kind of linger back a bit, but you just hear very quietly, "We will finish this discussion later." And she just like immediately turns on her heel, and like doesn't even like smile at you or anything. Journey just like turns on her heel and like walks away. So she's still in the library, and she's still in that main room, but is kind of like busying herself with like pre-shelving books and like grabbing other things and things like that. So she's kind of getting back to work on things. And as you look and see like the fox who has her ears down, she like looks over to see you and just ears kind of perk back up. Hi, sorry. Welcome to the Nice Library. How can I help you today?
I'm an envoy Journey. I'm here with my friends and fellow envoys. We're just we're here to look up some of the history and family trees of the different clans of the court. So what places around this library am I allowed to look in for such things?
Oh, great question. We have a section on the history of Nice itself, and the 8 clans that you can take a look at. For anything more specific, I'm afraid that is off limits to outsiders. But I can give you the other information, though, if that would help.
Of course. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Happy to help an envoy. And she kind of leads you over to kind of a section of books where, as she describes the different titles, it seems like they are about like the history of Nice. And it seems like there's like almost like a different history text with a different flavoring on a variety of things, like the history of architecture in Nice, the history, like, you know, farming and how they started with farming, you know, geological studies on the hot springs. Like it's very focused on Nice and all the different aspects of its history. Things like famous fighters from Nice. You see like there's like a book that says like, you know, famous fighters or best fighters in Nice A, you see that there's one that's about like the history of the 8 clans, like as an overview, or like a primer. So there's a number of different texts that you can find that are there. For our group who's up with Kato, Kato points out that along the like in each of the bookshelves, it's a little bit like Ghetto's Peak, where each of the bookshelves focuses on a different court. And so he indicates, you know, that going around the circle, that there's Court of Spring, you know, summer, fall, winter, stories, and stars. And just, you know, indicates, like, you know, if there's anything in particular that you need, you're welcome to reach out to me or use this area as a quiet reading area. We simply ask that you are quiet and that you let the books stay here. Will there be anything else that you need?
When we're done with the books, do you want us to put them back on the shelf, or would you like us to leave them on the table? Hey, do not.
If you know exactly where they go back on the shelf, back on the shelf. If you don't remember exactly where they go, please leave them on the table and we will take care of it. We have a particular system that we prefer using.
Yeah, Aiko understands as a member of an order. And I feel like she'd kind of like make a joke like that too.
You make the joke and Kato doesn't laugh. He just...
Yeah, no worries. Do you... Sorry, my cat is just like rubbing his face on everything. Come here. It's knocking off my
so if that's all that you guys need from Kato then Kato's gonna head back out into the main room. And Journey, you would see that he heads back like toward the desk after a couple minutes and everything. Alright, what are you guys looking for? And Journey, I will say too, Hibiki's gonna ask you if you need anything else or if you are all set.
Set, thank you.
Happy to help. And she also heads back over to that front desk. So team, what are we doing? What are we trying to search for? Do we have anything in particular we're trying to look for, or do we want to do kind of a first scan of the shelves?
Aiko would specifically be looking for the Court of Fall rulers, okay. And seeing, you know, like looking at like the glossary and kind of seeing like, you know, if there's anything there, like, you know, abnormal deaths or like, you know, oddities of like this year, blah 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 blah. Because like, you know, Shin had said something about like this many years ago kind of thing, but obviously she probably doesn't remember the exact date, but she's probably in like the ballpark kind of.
He probably actually didn't. He probably wouldn't have given a specific date, because it's one of those things of in terms of like range that he could give you, it'd be equivalent to us saying, hey, so when Alexander the Great died, like, it's like that equivalent for us of like, it was like a long time ago.
She just knows like not to be looking like within like the past like 100 years or something like that. Like she's looking, she's probably starting from like the very beginning, and like once she gets up to things that she does know, she's stopping.
Okay. So then what I would say is, so Aiko's looking, so I'm going to kind of get what everyone's specifically looking for, or like what people are doing in the library, and then I'm going to have you guys do different roles depending on what you want to do. So Aiko is looking through Court of Fall rulers for anything that's abnormal or stands out.
Like specifically about the ruler dying because the lack of guardian.
Okay. So looking for like that specific information. Journey and Arcadia, is there anything in particular that you're looking for or that you want to do while Aiko is doing that?
Yeah, Journey, she's gonna like make it look like she's like browsing around, but really what I want her to do is to kind of use her investigation to see if she can tell where the like not allowed section is.
That's a really good one. I like it. What I would probably say for you on that is it's probably going to be perception rather than investigation. Just because it's less of, let me look at this particular door, and you're more doing a scan of the, like, kind of a scan around as you're also trying to casually not indicate what you're doing. So I actually have 2 rolls that I'm going to have you do for that. So hold on, don't roll just yet, hold on real quick.
Gotcha.
And then Case, what would you like to do?
Arcadia would kind of default to Aiko and like kind of talk to her like, you know, what do you want me to look for? Is there anything specific, or should I just do a general history of, you know, the Court of Fall? And since you're looking for oddities, should I go more general? Like that kind of thing?
She's gonna say, like, if you could look for family trees, like, of all, like, the different clans, and she's, oh my gosh, I know this is gonna suck, but we're looking for the name Masaru and I, like, AI.
Okay.
And so, like, literally just, like, trying to find where they could possibly be.
Okay. Yeah, then she would be looking for family tree things then.
Yeah, and Aiko is willing to switch, like, if she'd rather, like, look for like the court ruler thing, then she's more than welcome to. Like, it's whatever is easiest for Arcadia.
Yeah, no, she's fine with that. She's okay with kind of going in a deep dive.
Leighton kind of just raises his hand. What should I look for, or is it do we have something else we want to look for? And he indicates like fox ears, like, as best he can, like trying not to say your parents, but like trying to show your parents. Or do we have something else that I could research or anything?
If you want to look into the Archfey, if you can find me some, like, things about the Archfey, like, what kind of Archfey they are, if they're empathetic, vindictive, if, you know, kind of what kind of being they are, because, and she kind of like looks around because they're still whispering. She's like, I'm planning on asking them for help, but I'd like to know maybe who I'm meeting, who we're meeting.
Heard. And he.
She giggles. Yes, chef.
And he kind of like chuckles a little bit. Like, that's the levity that he needs in this moment too. And he immediately starts like looking through the Court of Fall shelves as well. So here's what I'm gonna ask y'all to do. I don't know why I went ghosty. It just became very ghosty right then.
Time of year.
Halloween.
That's true. That is true. All right. Then here's what I'm gonna have you guys do. I'm gonna have you guys do different roles depending on what you said you wanted. Dang it. I didn't want to be my normal self tonight. Where's my pencil? Hold on real quick.
She's doing that. I'm gonna rotate my fan. I'm boiling.
Do it. Aww.
Okay.
Don't boil.
Ooh. Worthwhile stretch. So we have you guys do different roles depending on what you are looking for. And then the DC for finding it is in part going to be determined by how specific you got for what you're looking for. Because obviously, like, if you're like, I'm looking for Court of Fall history, you're going to have a DC of like 5 because it's all Court of Fall history. But if it's, you know, I'm looking specifically for, you know, like the names of these 2 Kitsune who were individuals in the entirety of the history of Nisei, like that kind of thing, it's going to be higher. It's kind of like high risk, high reward. Like, you're gonna, if you can hit it, you'll get a lot better information. But
I hope everyone's history is better than mine.
Oh boy.
Because I have a +1.
Oh wow, mine's better than yours even.
Yeah.
+2.
She's wise. She's not very intelligent.
So here's what we're gonna do, and Leighton's also gonna roll for finding Archfey information. Okay. So is Arcadia looking for the parents, or are you looking for the ruler? What did you guys decide? Parents. Okay. Journey is looking, she's doing perception for just finding the room.
Finding the not allowed section.
Yes,
Perfect for
looking for the
Journey.
not allowed section. Okay. And then Aiko, you are looking for the rulers, right? Like the ruler, is there anything weird kind of thing? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right. Then here's what we're gonna do. Aiko, go ahead and roll for investigation. Because you are, like, poring over this book. You are trying to, like, dig through this book for very specific information. What you got?
Still a +1 to pray. Oh, fuck me. That's a 4.
Okay.
That's fine.
Journey, I need you to roll me deception. Because you're trying to stealthily look around for this thing and not make it obvious that you're going, where is the forbidden section?
Okay, so I rolled really low, but my deception's so good, I think it saves me.
What'd you get?
I got a 16.
Okay. Give me a perception check as well, because so you kind of are rolling to see, is anyone going to realize what you're trying to do, and then can you even find the thing you're looking for?
And that is 21.
Okay.
Nice.
Arcadia, go ahead and make me an investigation check as well, because you're looking for pretty specific information. And then Leighton just made his check too.
That's a dirty 20.
Thank God, that's the one that matters. Oh.
Okay. Alright, and then Leighton... Oh! Oh, he's helpful for this. I forgot that he had a +5 to investigation.
Yeah.
Cool. Alright, so here's how this plays out. And it takes you guys, it's gonna take you guys some time, you know, going through, like, the books and everything. Like, these aren't one, this is not a history you're familiar with. Two, these aren't texts you're familiar with. So it takes you some time to search through and dig through for this information.
Meanwhile, Arcadia's like, these are the foxes I'm looking for.
Aiko, you are, like, digging through and diving through, and you find a text, like, you're kind of scanning the shelves at first for anything about the rulers, and you actually do find a book on the rulers, and you pull it out, you're stoked, you sit down, and you are, like, nose to the grindstone, you are scanning and scanning, what's weird, what's weird, what's weird. And it takes you a pretty long time, as you're scanning and going through. And you don't find anything that's really out of the ordinary, that's like, oh, they died because their guardian wasn't around. You do find things, I will say, that are things like they were murdered. You find things like, you know, this other family, or, like, you know, this other person ascended the throne. You actually get up to the point where you find that as you're digging through the history and you're looking at it, you get to, like, the end of the text, and you find out that the ruler who was in charge before Reyna was murdered. And was one of those people. And actually what happened was, not only, like, that, you know, that ruler was murdered and they had no children. And that's kind of the information that stands out to you. However, it's also that moment when you realize, like, that last sentence of the page says, you know, Queen Reyna then assumed the throne. That you realize, well, wait a second, that was a lot that I read through. And as you kind of close the book and look at the spine again, yeah, you realize that you looked at the second to last of a series of history books. And you look up and, like, you look down at the number and, like, look back up at the shelf, and you see that the entire shelf is just these history books. And you kind of went, oh, this one, and pulled it without realizing it. But you do find, like, a little information on that. Journey. As you are kind of wandering through and, like, you know, you start off at your side of the shelves, and then you kind of start kind of poking around and looking around. You're real, you know, casual about it as you pull up, like, a book and start, looking around for things. However, you linger a little too long at one shelf. I'm just gonna put it where you are currently, because that'll help. As you hear a voice behind you, can I help you? You seem rather interested in our library.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm just here, trying to help my friend learn some stuff.
What kind
front
of stuff?
desk- Oh, just stuff about the history of, the courts. things like that.
Allow me
We're
to show
envoys.
you where to go, then.
Oh,
Since
okay, thank you.
you seem to have a hard time finding what you're looking for. And, like, you can tell a little bit from the tone of her voice that she knows that you weren't just looking at books.
Mm.
And so she actually leads you up to where your friends are and just gestures inside. The history of the courts will all be found in here. Envoys, I hope you are enjoying your visit to our library. Should you need anything, just say the word. I will be glad to help you find what you're looking for. And again, like, does that look back to Journey of like a, I know what you were doing kind of thing. Journey, I will say though that as you were looking around the room, you got caught, right?
Mhm.
You got caught and everything, but you did notice that most of these doors like open or like you see people go through them and everything. The one door that you didn't see anyone walk in or out of, down by like that bottom right, was actually kind of close
Okay.
to the front. You notice that nobody
Okay.
walked in or out of that door, and you almost like, kind of like they did, like you almost like got up to it like you were gonna take a closer look at it, and that's when the white-haired Kitsune kind of stops you and brings you back over to everybody.
Alright.
But you do see
Well,
that
that'll
like
eat at least.
that's definitely a door that no one's going in and out of. Arcadia, as you are looking for as you were looking through for information on you know, I and Masaru, like specifically those names. You find nothing on I. Absolutely nothing. And it's the only thing that you find involved, like, the most that you would find is, like, just, I mean, over the course of time, right? Other people are going to be named I or Masaru, like, so you keep finding, like, you might find, like, instances where there's this person named I, but you can at least suss out and sort out that it's not, this is not the I you're looking for. This is not the Masaru you're looking for. So, while you don't necessarily find some things on Aiko's parents, you are able to sort out through a lot of that information that they're not here. Like, they're not listed here. And you can kind of gather in part that part of what that might be is, you know, one, there is no mention of the Kanako clan here, really. Two, is that the people who are mentioned in all these books, the other Eyes and Masarus that you see, are pretty influential figures in history. So it'd kind of be like saying, I want to find, you know, Mallory, and then looking into the history section on, you know, the history of the United States. Like, it's not gonna be there as easily, but you can at least suss out that, okay, cool, they're not here, so that kind of narrows down that it's not like, yeah, your dad's like Jack the Ripper level serial killer or something like that. So yeah. As you guys are all kind of like working through things as Journey comes back, Leighton, like, with his book open on this, like, you know, it's essentially kind of like a children's book on, like, the history of the Archfey and the story of the Archfey. He looks up and kind of is a little confused for a second, and then almost kind of looks embarrassed as he sees you guys with all these very big, thick history books. And he just says, I promise it's really a lot of stories that look like fairy tales and kids' books about the Archfey.
Better than what I read. Just like tiptoeing to put the book back.
Yeah, and as you put the book back and you look, like, you see that Leighton's right. Pretty much all the books on the Archfey have this, like, fairy tale kind of quality to them. In some of the accounts that are, he kind of points out too from his readings, like, in some of the in a lot of the accounts of the about the Archfey, the stories that are told read like fairy tales. Like, they read like, you know, that as people were walking through the Kitsune forest, they saw a little girl, or, you know, there was a little girl that they saw, or they would help a small child at the market come home and find just a bag of gold sitting at home. Like, it's very much like that kind of like myth fairy tale sort of thing of a lot of the stories that are told about the Archfey are someone helps someone in need or someone helps someone unexpected. And there's treasure or there's gold or there's a reward of some kind. Other stories that you see too include things like, you know, kind of the opposite, right? Like kind of like that warning story of, you know, someone saw a kid playing a game and took their ball and threw it, and, you know, went home and found their house burned down. Like, it's again, very much that fairy tale kind of quality of, if you're nice, they're nice. If you're not, they're not. So that's kind of what you're able to glean a little bit about the Archfey, but again, a lot of it's written kind of like fairy tales. Like, it's very much, like, similar to kind of Salino, like, it's a very mythical thing to get to meet an Archfey. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Aiko, when she realized she failed horribly at hers, would probably come over and, like, lean over and want, like, looking, because also it's colorful. Who doesn't want to look at that? Aiko's gonna start looking at this book, and then I assume that, like, Leighton kind of, like, summarizes it like you did to her.
Yep.
And she's just kind of, like, nodding, and then, yeah, when Journey comes in and gets in trouble, she's just kind of like...
He's gonna, like, kind of, like, nudge at her and give her the look when she's ready. She wants to speak with her, but, like, further away from the door.
Yeah. Aiko would, probably have her, like, sit, or, like, stand next to her and, like, act like she's, like, showing her the book. And she might even, like, pick out, like, one of the other, like, first books, and she's not actually getting to, like, read it, but she's, like, perusing over it and then, like, you know, flipping back and forth to a page and then just kind of, like, letting Journey know, like, hey, go ahead, like, kind of thing.
So, very quietly, she's gonna relay some information to you, basically, like, almost to the point where you're reading her lips, but, just gonna let you know,
well, I have observant.
Was kind of onto her a little bit, but she did.
Yeah, I have observant, so you literally could not be speaking. You could just be lipping things, and I'll know what you're saying.
Observant allows Aiko to read
perfect.
lips like literally as long as she can see the person and see them talking, she knows what they're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so Journey's just lipping this.
Don't talk shit.
But yeah, she lets her know about the older Kitsune lady kind of being onto her, but she also tells her about that room that she's kind of suspicious about, and she just wanted to go over some like ground rules with her because this is about her, but she wants to sneak into that room and see if she can find anything useful in there, using her like newly acquired skill, but she wants to know if she does find anything good in there, does Aiko want her to take that book with her, or does Aiko want her to just learn what she can in the time they have?
What she can. Yeah,
Okay.
Aiko doesn't want to disrespect the library.
Okay.
And, you know, it's... Yeah, I mean, if Journey can just learn what she can... I mean, like, and she says if you can, like... The worst case scenario, like, if you are able to get something, it's just which clan do I have family in? Because that's who we need to ask for help.
And yeah, we can look for that by looking for like Ai and Masaru. Okay.
Yeah,
All
and
right,
then
perfect.
Yeah, yeah, and then Aiko, after learning that, would kind of come over to like Arcadia, kind of like, any luck? Better, hopefully, on your end than mine.
About that, and Arcadia would tell her, like, I am not finding anything on your parents. Like, I'm finding people with those names, but not who we're looking for.
That's fair. We still have to talk to Hibiki. So that might be better in private with her, though, because she seemed like she was getting scolded. I know that look far too well.
Yeah, Sister Isabel gave her that look quite a bit. Yep. Don't go playing in the mud.
Okay, team. So, what do you want to do?
Journey's going to do what she just said.
Okay.
Yeah.
She's gonna. Oh, sorry.
No. Go ahead.
She's gonna use her invisibility and try to sneak into that room, essentially.
Okay.
Aiko, if she has that as a plan, Aiko might suggest that Journey pretends to leave first.
Yeah, because I was just thinking about
Yeah.
that, and that's a good.
Yeah, and maybe
idea.
have like Leighton, stand in the doorway for a second as you like leave, and him being like, "Oh, by the way, Arcadia, like, what did you want for dinner tonight?" or something like that. Like, kind of like set like a smoke screen, kind of, so that way you can walk in while his love him to death. His big ass is holding open the doors because he's a centaur. So no one's gonna think twice of being like, "Wow, why is this person like holding the door open like this?" Like,
Okay. Yeah, so let's. Yeah, we can relay that to Leighton, like
Please
as a
tell me
game
you said
plan.
something about his big ass out loud.
No. And then Aiko might mention maybe to Arcadia, if she wants to try to quote unquote redeem herself with Hibiki, she could give her the letter from Hibiki and the book from Hajime, and then also ask her maybe if she wouldn't mind looking into something for us, and then Aiko would go talk to Usagi.
Okay.
Because Aiko has a lot of questions for her, but also she's going to be very genuine about stuff. So, like, that way, if she was like, "What are you getting at?" It's like, no, literally, I don't know shit about the foxes. Like, show me your world. Also, hi, you're Rin's aunt. I am so sorry for what you've had to deal with. But also, one, embarrassing stories. Two, how do I kind of like figure out like where I could possibly be from, kind of thing. But then also asking her about the Archfey and just Nice as well, because she kind of got the tour from Shin, but mainly got the tour from Rin, who's skipping past a lot of the stuff. So she wants to know it from an elder's point of view.
Okay.
Because if she learned nothing else in the order, respect your elders.
Okay. Yeah. Then I'm gonna let you guys, because it's not really combat moment, so it's not like I need you to roll initiative or anything. And since this is the plan that you guys are kind of coming up with, you tell me who's going first. I know that Journey is going to be trying to make her way over to, again, like, kind of do that casual leave, which is going to involve Leighton helping open the door. And then trying to get into that room. But what did we want to start with? Was there anything that you want to do before we dive into that? Like, to prep up or set up for that for the Journey leaves? Like, I'm essentially letting you choose, like, who's moving first in the plan.
I think it would kind of be like all of us are leaving the room simultaneously, and Aiko's kind of like quietly reminding people, like, okay, if you remember where the book goes, put it back, but otherwise, even if you're like a little bit hesitant, just leave it on the table. Kato seemed like he really liked organization. I don't want to screw this up. And then she's gonna come out and see Usagi, and then probably like mention to them, like, I'll catch up with you guys in a second. And then from there, she's gonna kind of divert off and let everyone else kind of do their thing.
Okay.
Kind of like go to adventure, go.
Okay. Alright, yeah, then Aika, if you want to move over to Usagi, she is currently just kind of reshelving books and everything. So you can feel free to head over that way. Arcadia, are you going with Leighton to do or you're going down to go talk to Hibiki and everything, correct?
Yeah, so I'm just giving her the letter from Hajime, and then
Yeah, and then the book. He had a book that he had returned for her. Which, do we know what that book is?
I don't know if we established it, because I don't know if you guys looked into it. Or you just took,
I didn't know if it was important or not.
I think you guys basically went, we want to respect the privacy and not look at the note or not look at the book and everything more than anything.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's the... Is it in, like, a brown bag? Like, is it just, like, a book?
He probably honestly would have... he actually, no, he wouldn't have a time. Normally, yes. Normally he would wrap it for her and everything, but it wouldn't be this time.
Did we know it was a gift?
Well, I'm not saying
we made.
I'm not saying it is a gift and everything. Like there's parts of it that you guys
Right.
wouldn't know because it wasn't asked about and everything.
Yeah,
it's
we made a
currently on
bookmark. I know that.
Yeah. Okay.
We made a bookmark, so the bookmark is in the book, so it does look like her book,
Yeah.
but it's not like wrapped up, but it's also not secret fall court, like like
Right.
us
It's not like you've been
over.
walking around the whole time with the truth, like under.
Oh, sorry.
Top secret court of fall secrets. Like it's nothing like that. I will say what you do notice as you look at it, is like, or as you kind of like go like, what book did he even borrow from her? And like kind of like look down at it, you see that the book that he'd borrowed from her, was a book about elementals and the elements, and studying them. So you can kind of like, especially since you fought the thing twice, you can kind of put two and two together that like he was trying to figure out more about what's going on, similar to how you guys are with the library. Because that is Hajime's jam on that one. Okay. Give me a second.
And then is Arcadia also asking about, like, if she can help us?
Yeah, like, however Arcadia would, like, Aiko would be trying to mention, like, want it to be subtle, because we don't want her to get old, but, like, she knows Hajime, so, like, she knows. But, like, and then being like, we don't want to take the book, we're just looking for help / a name or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, then, Aiko, you go over to Usagi, and as you see her shelving books, she looks over to you and, like, kind of has that very stern look on her face. She is, think of, like, the stern librarian, like, that stereotype. That's Usagi. And is just, like, as she looks at you, she looks almost like, looks at you like, I do not have the time of day for you, kind of thing, but you're an envoy. So she just, Envoy Aiko, are you finding everything you need?
Yes and no. I know this is Nice's largest library, and Shin and Rin actually recommended it for me because I had some questions, and they said you being an elder might have some answers.
I may have a few. What are your questions, child?
So how exact do the elders of the clan work? Is there one elder for every clan?
That would be correct. There are 8 of us in total.
Okay. With the well-being of Nice, is that something that is more determined by the elders of the clan or by the court ruler, or both?
It's a combination, and she actually like puts aside like the book that she was working on because she likes that you're asking like pretty thoughtful questions.
And Aiko's like genuine about this. Like, this is not just like, I'm trying to buy time. Like, these are things that she actually like wants to understand.
Yeah, so she explains briefly that there are 8 clan leaders in total. Each clan has its own particular specialty of things. For the Morikawas, and she like kind of like straightens a bit even more at that. For the Morikawas, we are academics, first and foremost. But for the others, they have their own specialties as well. And she kind of briefly explains the different ones. If you need me to run through it again, I can for you.
No, I gotcha.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if you
Yep.
had it already. Yeah, but like,
Nope.
yeah, but essentially it explains like that whole. There's 8 of us, like everything from we have tinkerers to merchants to academics to soldiers, like things like that. Like explains that each clan has their own aspect of society, And it's through the clan leaders are all like the elders of the clan are people who are they're not necessarily the oldest in the clan, but they are widely respected.
Okay.
Which often for them does tie into age. But there are times where, especially if it's that, you know, one elder is ready to take a step back, like they'll have, like usually it's like they'll have like their child take over. So it stays very much kind of within that same family.
Is it like, and we don't have to like answer every single question, but like the other question she would have is like, okay, like so Morikawa's being the academics, like do they hold more sway than the tinkerers, or is it very respected that they each have their own specialties and it's all equal?
It's very respected that if any of those 8 clans weren't there, they recognize that part of their society would fall apart. Like not totally disheveled fall apart, but like they recognize there would be something key missing for them. So everyone's still respected.
Yeah, she would also ask, like, you know, how does this affect things too with two causes as the sage and guardian? And then she likes the fact that, and she's like trying to find a way to phrase it. She's like, I like the fact that Haru is the head of the Kazuma clan despite Shin being the sage. And she's like, nothing against Rin.
Oh no, she flat out explains that the sage and guardian are separate from the clans for a reason. Like it's purposely done that way because there's no way that and she actually even says that there's no way that the sage and guardian can maintain their responsibilities if they also have responsibilities at home. And their responsibility first and foremost is to the ruler, not to us.
Yeah. And then Aiko would kind of clarify too, like, okay, so then when an elder is ready to step down, is it like they choose someone, but what if, even though they're respected in the clans, like what if someone disagrees with their choice? Is it then like a democracy, or is it kind of like put to vote by the rest of the elders, or is it this one elder of their clan kind of gets like the final say?
It's more so that the elder gets to choose, and it's part of it's a respect thing to the elder that if you've trusted their judgment for this long, you're not likely to suddenly stop trusting their judgment. If there is an issue, it can get raised with the other clan leaders. But it has to be typically the way that their clan, like the way that their town works, and as she explains it, there has to be like truly a consensus. Like they can sometimes make decisions, or people will sometimes be willing to fold if maybe there'd be one dissenting voice. But they very much value, again, everyone has an equal say at the table. If people are not in agreement, it's going to be a problem. So kind of one thing that Aiko can learn from that conversation, her explaining it, you're going to need to just about get every clan leader on board if you want the clans to help. It's like they have that much respect for each other's decision making that there's no way that one would be like, oh, yeah, no, well, just because the Tinkerers, for example, just because the Tinkerers said it, like that means that it's, you know, we don't trust that as much, things like that. And then she, like I said, we don't have to answer everything because I know other people are gonna be doing stuff. Her next question would be like, so then is it kind of like in the Court of Stars, since she worked as a, you know, courtier.
Oh my God, thank you. I was like, I was going to say concierge. I was like, that's wrong.
That's very wrong.
Since she worked as the courtier in the Court of Stars, she said that it was very hard to get an audience with the ruler, and we don't have anything like of this. And she's like, and she's waiting for it, and she's like, matriarchy, patriarchy in our court, and she's like, and it's amazing, and I love this. And so how, if you wanted an audience with it, do you have to then go to one clan member to then get an audience with the rest of the elders, or how does that work? Is it like a town hall kind of thing, where like the people come and appeal to the rulers?
Because it's a smaller town, they're typically more approachable. Like in terms of it's easier. Like Usagi, for example, literally you just have to go to the library, and 9 out of 10 times she's there. If you let her know that like you need to speak with her, or you need to speak with the elders, or if you let any of the elders know you need to speak with the council of them, one of two things can happen. One, you can wait until the next time that they're convening, and like have it like put on the list of like, I need to address this.
Okay.
Or two, there are times where they will get together for emergency situations. So if there is like if someone says there is a crisis, like it's going to impact all the clans, like, or this is something that is a life or death situation, no, they're not going to wait till the next month to discuss it. Like they could all be dead by then. So they'll call it together.
Yeah.
That one's more rare.
Okay.
But if you were looking to have an audience, that's one of the nice things with it being that they're a council in a smaller town. It'd be like you're gonna have an easier time getting an audience with the council of a small town versus giant big city that has all these people who need to talk to them, kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's what Aiko would be talking about then with her.
Cool. All right. So Aiko is talking with Usagi over there. Arcadia, Leighton kind of nudges you, and then like looks over to Journey. You guys ready?
Ready. I'll head out first.
Okay. So Journey, you head on out, and then Leighton and Arcadia are kind of following. Leighton looks at you, Arcadia. Leighton looks at you, Arcadia, and just indicates, I can go first, so I can hold the door open and then call back to you. So, you know, then it makes sense why we got that.
Okay.
And so he starts to kind of head down, and he heads down by the door and everything. And Journey, while he's at the door, is when you're pulling up invisibility, right?
Right. Can I like make sure that there's nobody around that can see me doing this first?
Yeah. I mean, we'll say like I won't make you move, but like you would probably have to go around to the other corner of the building because right now you're in front of windows and Hibiki has a clear shot on you.
Okay.
But like we can say that like Journey would have moved over, made sure she's out of the way, and then turned invisible.
Okay.
So Journey, as long as you have concentration, that will last. As long as you have concentration, and then you cannot attack or cast spells, you will stay invisible for up to an hour. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. So Journey, invisibles. Yeah. Leighton, as he opens the door, turns back and goes, "Oh, Arcadia, what do you want for dinner?" What do you want for dinner? I was thinking of making Alfredo. I was thinking of making PB&J, maybe.
He's distracting them.
Making, and like, he's like thinking it through, and like, he's holding the door open, and like, Arcadia, you can see Kato's face getting more and more annoyed that this man is not only holding the door open to the library and like, you know, all the air coming in, but he's also very loudly talking about what he wants for dinner in the library.
And sort of as Leighton's distracting them, since she has to open this door, she's gonna try to like quietly slip through as, you know, undetected as possible.
So Arcadia, let me ask you this. Are you doing anything to help out Leighton with the distraction?
I mean, she would be playing into it as much as possible.
Roll me deception.
And okay, cool. Please don't fail me.
Remember, you're the plant lady. You can really work on this. Be like, you know what? I really want some plants.
I really want some
salad.
Plants.
You know?
I mean, yeah, no, salad.
Ooh,
Like,
okay.
Kato.
19.
Ooh! Sneaky bees.
Okay. As you guys are trying to distract Hibiki and Kato, you see that Kato just looks more and more just like fed up with it and annoyed than anything. Hibiki like looks over at you two, and you actually notice that as you look over, so, and Journey's something to kind of keep in mind too. It's just kind of moving forward everything. When you are invisible, just a heads up, people can still hear you. So they'll still be able to hear you and things like that. So like if you were like, stomp, like right, going through places, people are gonna hear you do it. You're literally, it's just you can't be seen.
Yeah.
But you see like Kato is getting more fed up with you guys, and actually like gets up and like goes over to just very like, it's that tense politeness. It's the customer service politeness where you have a customer who you just cannot stand, but you have to be nice anyway. And you just leaving or staying. Envoys. And like he has to pause and add the envoys to make it sound a little less irritated to the two of you. Hibiki, you see, like, looks between the two of you, and then looks over to the side, and you see she is, like, focused over on the other side of the room.
Which side?
She's staring right here.
Arcadia would like kind of take a step back from Layton and like apologize to Kato and then turn to Hibiki and say, "Excuse me, I had a quick question about something."
Right, I just might need to check something real quick. Is that okay?
It was just a really quick question, but like you can go ahead and like she's trying to like give her the option, but also trying to be like a quick little thing. But
right, one moment, please. And she actually like heads over, and Journey like heads over to the door, and like I know that you moved your like kind of moved out of the way.
Yeah.
But she starts heading over like as you're at the door. Give me a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. Anxiety.
As you're trying to like, cause she basically walks up as you're trying to slip like out, like very much like cloak of invisibility, like kind of moment of like you're trying to not touch her and everything.
19.
All right. As she walks up to the door, you manage to like back up enough and like slip out of the way that you see Hibiki goes to the door, and she like kind of looks at the lock, like makes sure that the lock is still like on the door, tries the handle, and then just you see she kind of like, okay, never mind. Yeah, sure, happy to help. And Arcadia, she gestures for you to kind of go where you need her to.
okay. And she would be kind of like trying to like kind of make small talk while going there, like about where she's going. She wants to try to get her into this room.
Yeah,
So she's
she'll
like
follow.
kind of like, meeting and like, oh yeah, I just want to know what was in this room, blah blah blah. And then like once the door shuts, she's gonna like turn to her and hold out the book.
With the
and
bookmark.
then just
That
yeah,
you
with the
had me.
bookmark. And just quietly say, I was instructed to give this to you.
She looks just like eyes wide, like panic, pale. It's that moment when you're just like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, and like you can't really like do anything yet. And she just, thank you for returning this book to the library. We here at the Library of Nisei are so grateful that you found a lost book and are returning it.
Yeah. I just found this somewhere and thought, what better place to bring it than a library?
That was a good call. And she like reaches out to take the book, and Arcadia, you don't even need to roll perception or anything. Her hands are visibly shaking as she takes the book from you. And just like she takes the book from you and is just like clinging to it to her chest. Is there anything else I can help you with today, Envoy Arcadia?
Yeah, I was wondering, if you knew anything about where that book came from.
From the Library of Nisei, where we have all the texts you could possibly need, or want, or like to have.
Yeah, do you know where I could find, more information like that about that book?
I think I'm more curious about more information on how you found this book.
Shit. It's kind of a funny story. and she's not
No,
gonna talk
if
about.
you're the one
I go.
handing me this book, this is not a funny story. And like she looks like she's like on the verge of tears.
Oh God. Oh no. Arcadia's trying to like reassure her that like it's fine, like she doesn't know a whole lot. She was just told, hey, here's this book, give it to my girlfriend. So she's gonna kind of say that and say like, I don't know a lot about this book, so no worries there. I just know that it needed to be returned here.
Was the book found in a safe location?
Yes. But we're kind of looking for information to make that safer. And trying to get a feel for the history of that location.
You see that she like opens the book, and sees like the letter inside and then just like snaps it shut again. And I'm assuming if you put like the bookmark in like around that like where the letter was, like she just looks up. The bookmark is a very lovely addition. I will make sure to personally make sure this book goes back where it needs to. But I have a lot of... And she just kind of stops and just... never. Maybe I shouldn't ask questions right now. What can I help you find?
Don't mind me.
You're good.
I
I was say, Casey, if you want a second to think about it too, I can jump over to what Brass is up to with the door and everything. Or if you
it's
got
okay. I
it.
just wanted to
No, you're
make
good.
sure I was saying it right. So yeah, she's just still trying to avoid the elephant in the room, you know? Like, haha, hey, I know about a secret clan that nobody else knows about. So she's, yeah, just gonna say, like, my friends and I are looking for, oh man, just information on the history, how it started specifically, a couple of things.
I am very sorry to tell you that none of that information is typically accessible to the general public. It would cause a bit of a problem, understandably, if it was. Anything outside of, the typical stories. Well, the information that might be available could be in the missing person cases that we have records of. Kitsune who've gone missing over the years.
Okay. That could be useful. That's a start. Do you know if there's any way we would be able to find the information that other people can't? Is there any way we could access that?
You all are outsiders. Even the Kitsune is an outsider to Nisei itself. You would need permission from the elders, including my mother, who is
I'm
not...
gonna guess that wouldn't go over well.
She's very particular about that history and very much strongly believes in that history.
Okay. She doesn't want to ask Viki to do it because that just
What
feels
I
wrong.
can do, though, is just might have to double check with Kato on some reshelving that needs to be done and reorganizing of books that may fall to the floor unexpectedly, and maybe allow some time for that room to be left alone. And
Okay.
I could just casually, if needed, open the room to the records room, door to the records room, and get one of the scrolls that I need, and then double check something, and then casually walk back out, and maybe not remember to lock the door.
Okay. Holy shit.
So, as a case of that, we're gonna head over to Brass, who is to Journey and everything. But you get the sense that with you delivering that letter and that book, you may have found yourself an ally, I might say. Than you had before.
That was all I wanted to do.
That's what we're hoping for.
Journey, so you barely avoided Hibiki running into you, and then kind of like slid back up to the door. Meanwhile, you see that Kato is telling Leighton, you need to close the door, and Leighton is sitting there going, close? Like, well, what if I want to, it's really stuffy in here. Can I hold it in a jar?
Oh,
Can I-
Leighton.
Did you know, oh, the jar reminds me of a jar of marinara sauce. And, like, he sounds crazy. He sounds very crazy right now. And Kato just looks more confused than anything. As you are over by the door. What are you doing?
So I have a question. It might be stupid, but I gotta ask.
No stupid questions.
If I use my tattoo, my ghost stuff, will that take me out of invisibility?
Ooh, that is not a stupid question. That's a good question.
Also, Brass, check and see what I wrote in Roll20 for you in case you didn't see it.
Oh. Thank you. That's
Okay.
my other resort.
Cool.
But thank you, I appreciate it.
So it says that it's just a. I see what you're going for. It says it's just as a bonus action. It does not say that it's a spell that you're casting, and you're not attacking. So this is ridiculous. I'd go ahead and say, yeah, you could do it and still be invisible. You're a fucking ghost. We just made you a ghost. That's really what's happened.
This is why you did
This
the
is awesome.
woo going into the library. You knew.
I love this so much. Okay, so
so it doesn't say that it's casting a spell. So it would be different if it said, like, you have to cast something to make it happen, but you don't. It's just using a charge or your tattoo. Yeah, that would work.
alright, I'm gonna use that to pass on through without having a lockpick. So that way, nobody's gonna be suspicious.
Yeah, can I just say, by the way, that's a, like, above table, amazing call. Because
Thank you.
I rolled for Leighton's deception and I rolled for Kato's insight, and it was not going to go well if he heard that door open behind him and everything.
So that I was really scared about. So I was like, I'm gonna.
So you did a really good job. Like, Leighton is basically keeping him at bay just by being loud and talking about pasta. That's about it. So Journey, you enter into the room. You enter into the records room. And you find that in here, think of it like, if outside were like the normal books and everything, in here is where these books are like, these are the ones that people typically need to have like the gloves on to handle. Like, they are delicate, cause they're old. There are some of them that date back, centuries upon centuries, of information. You said you're specifically looking for, is there something you're looking for Ai and Masaru. Is there anything else in particular that you're looking for?
My general thing I'm looking for is more Kaneko clan related stuff. Keywords being Ai, Masaru. Let me know if I'm getting adding too much to this.
No, you're good. It's the same thing as before when you guys were reading through the books. Is it's going to determine kind of a combination of how much information you find and how relevant the information is, kind of thing.
Okay. So yeah, in general, I'm looking for anything about the Conoco clan that looks, like goes back far. And I'm watching out for those keywords, Masaru, and basically just like anything like family related.
Okay. Make me an investigation check as you're in the records room.
It's a 22.
Okay. Yeah, so as you were in the records room, you notice a couple things. One, there is a really pretty big section of this room that literally it's divided by clan and lists birth and death of every clan member. As you look through the first book, you see that it lists their name, their parents' name, what clans their parents came from. You see that it lists when they were born for the older ones, when they died, cause of death, as much information as they can give about birth and death of each Kitsune. Also because for Kitsune, and you know this from knowing, kind of from a little bit of being around Nisei, and then actually probably more so than that, if anything, and really you can surmise it too from the investigation you're doing. There is a long gap of time for a lot of these Kitsune. Even the youngest Kitsune typically, unless it that dies of old age, would have been 300. They would live to 300 years old kind of thing. The oldest that you're seeing lived to closer to 900 years. So you're seeing that that's part of why too their records are so meticulous, is because it's not a common occurrence, not a daily occurrence for a Kitsune to die. So you go through and you find birth and death records and everything. A couple of things. One, you don't find Aiko. Aiko's name is not listed. Even as you get closer to the newer aged Kitsunes, and as you're kind of looking through books and everything, you don't find anything about Aiko. The other thing that I'd say that you can find, because you rolled really well, the other thing too that you find is that there's no mention of the Konokos in here. None. There are no records on their clan. There are no records on birth and death. There is nothing. And it's actually more so the absence of any record. Kind of gives you an indication again of it's a you're dead to me kind of thing. They're not keeping track of a clan that you know. Journey, make me one more investigation check.
21.
You get the 21 again.
I have a plus 10.
That helps. As you're looking through, you're kind of digging through the different things, and it hits you that you're not seeing too much in terms of Aiko's parents. You do find that as you're digging through, you see that there's a big tome. Again, the name I is going to be relatively common. In terms of it's likely that there's more than just one I that was named. But you do find a few of them and are kind of able to jot it down or kind of log it. And it kind of hits you to maybe check that missing persons record. And as you take a look through it, you notice that it's pretty spread out over the years, but they've kept track of Kitsunes who've gone missing, Kitsunes who've had something happen to them. And as you're looking through, you see the name I Ito. So I Ito, I-T-O-U.
Okay.
And that it's listed that she went missing. Would have been 175 years ago. Thereabouts. but you're able to find that name. It lists it as well. You see with the missing persons records, it lists like relatives or like family. And you see that there's a few names that are listed there. Next to each of the name, like next to several of the names, you see kind of like a D and then like a date next to it. So kind of like, and then you know from your record searching death, like when they died. There is one name there that does not have that written next to it. And it lists it as her uncle. Her uncle Jin Ito. Jin.
Is a I's uncle?
I's uncle.
Okay.
So it lists Ai Ito's uncle as Jin Ito, and he does not have that like death indication next to his name.
Okay.
Does it say like what clan is with it too?
It would be within the like Ito, like Journey would know from like looking at the different clan names that Ito is the name of one of the clans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Aiko, as Journey is digging through texts and everything, you have Usagi's attention. Anything else that you want to ask her? As she does appreciate a very respectful child.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, no, she, yeah, she would ask, kind of, she was wanting to learn more about the rulers, the guardians, and everything, and like that structure.
Mm-hmm.
So she really appreciated kind of like the comparisons and like kind of explaining everything by that.
Mm-hmm.
And then she would mention on how she's starting to learn about this archfey of this court compared to her archfey of her court. And she'd kind of like ask about those differences, but before that though, she would ask about how Rin had mentioned and how she had mentioned on how the elders meet.
Mm-hmm.
She would ask where do they meet? Like, because she doesn't know all this back here.
Oh no, she doesn't. And she just grins and just, I'm glad you asked. For an envoy, I would be willing to show you. And so she actually leads you like out the door to the back there. And as you walk out, you see that there's this pretty long meandering like path that starts wrapping around. And even more noticeable, you see there is a giant tree that looks like it has kind of like a doorway carved into it.
Arcadia would love this.
Oh yeah.
She's like Aiko is like making note that this is one gorgeous. Two, Arcadia would love this. And then she's also gonna say like, you know, well, this is a lot easier to navigate than the Kitsune forest. Like,
Usagi actually kind of chuckles at that, and she like kind of like gestures toward the tree. Every time that the elders meet, both the elders and anyone who wishes to seek counsel from them first have to walk the path. So it allows time for contemplation, meditation, clearing your mind. And then the 8 elders meet inside, she kind of gestures meet inside the tree.
Yeah. Aiko would probably mention too that if Usagi ever had the chance, or if she would ever be interested, or she might even know it, but she would really like the Order of Tranquility. She would mention that this is very much like, kind of like, she doesn't mean it like a roundabout process as in like, oh, it's like, you know, a roundabout, but like it is very much like, okay, like, you know, it is the journey along the way that makes you, really come to that
It's
peace.
very much inspired by like a meditation garden and a meditation labyrinth.
Yeah, I could mention that they kind of, you know, do a very similar thing where they slowly walk through like flowers in the village that she's from, like to kind of like remind themselves like, you know, there is beauty in nature and there's peace in nature.
Usagi just kind of beams just a little proud. Like she's very proud of kind of like the comments that you're making and very much appreciative of it. And as you mentioned the village you came from, she kind of makes like a face for a second and then looks to you. That reminds me, you're not from Nisei, but you are Kitsune. And it is rather rare that we find Kitsune in the Court of Stars.
Yep, I never
Who are your
met any
parents?
Kitsune. I don't know. I was found the monastery in the Court of Stars. That's kind of why I've been asking a lot of questions and reading a lot here. Although I did find that that is not my strong point. Yeah, she's a little embarrassed by that because, yep. Yeah, and she's kind of like, yeah, she's.
Do you know your clan, child?
I was kind of hoping you might be able to help me find out. Because Ren and I were talking, and it would be very uncomfortable if we found out that we had any family relations. And so you were one of the people he suggested to talk to.
We make a purpose effort to marry outside of our own clans to avoid that exact thing.
Yeah, that's...
But I suppose I can try to assist for my nephew. And she just very quietly kind of thinks about it for a second. I can try to ask you questions about where you come from, or anything you may know about your heritage, and we can go from there.
I was gonna say, from what I know of the clans, I do tinker, if that helps with anything, and I naively thought that maybe my fur color would be able to help me, but then I saw a lot of pink kitsune running around, and Rin and Shin told me that that's kind of racist. I shouldn't just go by off of fur color, because there's a lot of different fur colors, and there was some in the Cosmic clan, and that made me nervous. And I've never seen a white fox like you before, so I know that it's not just all about colors and clans.
Oh, you ignorant child.
Yes.
And she's realizing the level of depth of what you don't know. And she just, before we start you on anything with your past, we need to get you educated on your kind this way. And she takes you back inside, and she just tells you to hold out your arms, and she just starts putting book after book after book. And like, Aiko, it's everything from like, so you're having a baby Kitsune, to like Kitsune's book on puberty, to like Kitsune culture. Like it's
when she sees the puberty one hit, she's like, oh, you have no idea how hard this was to explain. I started sneezing, and all of a sudden I turned into a full fox. You can't run from that when you live with centaurs and gnomes and elves, and everyone sneezes around you and just waits for you to transform. It doesn't work like that. Like she's like kind of like regaling while getting these books.
Yeah, Usagi's just going through book after book after book after book.
She's lucky she's so strong.
It does remind you of monk training, that she's just like putting all the books. Like, it gets to the point where as you're regaling tales, you're just like, yeah, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened, and this happened. Like the books are like in front of your face now.
And yeah, she's gonna kind of like lean around the sack and be like, I also want to make sure, do I call you Elder Usagi or Ma'am Usagi?
Elder works. Elder Usagi, or Elder Morikawa is also acceptable.
I know I'm not allowed to take these with me. Do you want me to try to read all these here today?
She stops mid-book and looks at you. Did you not want to learn about your kind?
I do. I just...
Yeah.
Just wants to make sure there's not an expectation like, you will get through these. There's gonna be a quiz at 3 p.m. She's like, this is Sister Isabel in the Kitsune form.
Alright, Arcadia, you were with Hibiki. She's kind of indicated that she's happy to help however she, kind of help how she can, but she also has a lot of questions for you guys about this book being here, but is willing to set it aside to help you with whatever is going on right now. So she's going to kind of start to lead the way out, unless there's anything else you want to say to her before she heads out.
Yeah, before she leaves, Arcadia would kind of, like, not like grab her arm, but like, touch her arm to stop her. And then whenever she turns back to look, she would kind of quietly say, like, where I got this book from, I got the sense that wherever it was wanted to say they were sorry and they will miss you.
She just very quietly. He's not coming back, is he?
I would tell you more if I knew more, but I don't know anymore. I'm sorry.
Right. Let me help you with what you're looking for. And you see she like is very quickly like wiping her eyes at that realization that he's not coming back.
You'd kind of give her a sad smile, like, I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. I wish it was different.
Wish so too. And she starts to head out. So she starts to head out just as you see that Leighton is still like you walk out to see Aiko going books, and you see Leighton is like Kato is at the point where he is like hushed, angry, yelling at Leighton to stop it, and like just respect, like with all due respect, like it's that kind of phrasing coming out where it's like the very passive aggressive. He does not mean respect in this moment kind of thing. So he you can see that he's starting, like Kato's starting to look around, and is almost looking for just like any reason for him to not have to be talking to Leighton about pasta. Because pasta does sound good for dinner. Like, Leighton is carrying on about pasta, trying to distract this man, and everything. But Kato's starting to kind of look around more for like something to escape. What do you want to do, Arcadia?
Oh boy. I guess she would just she would just be following Hibiki wherever she's going to go. She doesn't really know, because she knows she's probably not going to get into the room, and she also doesn't want Hibiki to go to the room because Journey's in there. So that might be kind of problematic.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
So as Hibiki looks over to kind of see like the Kato Leighton fight going on, you see she just calls out, "Hey Kato! I think the Envoys got into a lot of books back in the reading room, and it looks like they may have put them all over the table, or maybe they're gonna be out of order. Arcadia was just telling me she's not entirely sure where the books go. She was a little too focused on the strange plants."
It hurts. It stings.
And he just looks over and
Fatality.
and as he starts to walk away, he just goes, "Just make them ramen or something," and like storms away from Leighton. And almost like grabs Hibiki's hand and just like pulls her back into the room. And as she's walking away, Hibiki looks at you and goes, as she like, you hear her loudly like, "Wow, I'm gonna have a hard time remembering where all these really important historical texts go. I guess I could just try my best at reshelving the..." No, like they're like, you can almost hear them arguing about it in the back room. And everything from up there. I thought the plushie was about to fall off for a second. I was like, oh.
Nope, I was just readjusting because I have like the headphones plus the metal wiring of the headband.
Yeah.
So I have to like readjust because it dents my skull. So I'm like.
That's fair. Arcadia, you see that, so Hibiki has taken Kato kind of into that back study room so that it is, and like you notice that she like casually kicks the door shut, so that way he can't like look out and see things. Is there anything that you want to do?
Leighton's so funny.
Leighton's a hero. Because he's
My
never
God.
gonna be welcome to this library again.
He's never,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, and if anything, Arcadia, like Leighton comes up to you and just kind of smiles least they hate us both.
Yeah, it's great. Wonderful. And then she would kind of like look around Leighton to the room and then look back at him. And like kind of like a quiet question.
Yeah, he just kind of shakes his head and like shrugs because like he didn't see Journey walk in either because she ghost stepped, so he doesn't even know if she made it through the door yet. He kind of looks around. I think there might be cookbooks here, and like wanders this way basically, like to this shelf, as best he can, kind of keeping a little bit of lookout. For things.
Yeah, that was gonna be Arcadia's plan to kind of like make sure nobody else comes over here. And she's also gonna be like kind of listening in the room to see if she can hear like paper shuffling, to see if she can hear that Journey's actually in there.
Okay.
Because if she's not, then we have a whole other issue on our hands. Where the fuck is Journey?
We lost the invisible one. No. Okay. So Journey, you basically would have been able to use one use of that ghost step tattoo to get inside, but you would no longer have it. I would also say that for your for how long it would take you to go through all of those records, invisibility lasts for up to an hour. Your hour's up. And has probably been up for a bit because you are basically digging through like the records of an entire village to find two people. So the fact that you found them, fantastic, but it also means it did take you a while to do. So you are no longer invisible. You did find that information that I mentioned. Is there anything else that you are doing in the records room? What is Journey's next move?
I have an escape plan, but if I have time to check if there's one more thing in there, any further information about the Ito clan?
Okay.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead and make me an investigation roll, please.
Okay. Alright, so that is 24.
Cool. You are like the oracle of this room by this point. Like you're like, I know all.
I'll take my application, thank you.
So you see that, so as you see the name Jin Ito, like that clicks for you. You recognize that name. And you look back over through like the Ito section, like their bookshelf basically, and are looking through the records. And you pull like the most recent book, or like a book that lines up around that same timeline. You find that Jin Ito is the leader of that clan.
Leader of the Ito clan.
You also recognize that, like, in the description of what the clan is like, they are the Tinkerers. They are the Tinkerers or Builders, as their specialty.
Okay.
And that in particular, as you're looking through the book, what's actually interesting about their book their books compared to others when it comes to the clan, like, overview. Some of the other ones, like, you know, the clan that's in charge of farming, for example, it describes the kinds of crops that they've grown over the years. Excuse me. For others, like for the soldiers, it's like for the clan that focuses on fighting, it's a list of like battles that they participated in that were really important. For the Ito clan, and I mean this in the best way, what stands out to you are the pictures. Because there are actually pictures in this one. And it's pictures of different designs that they've done over the years, different things that they've created, different things that they've built, that they've made. And you can see that there's a lot of artistry that goes into them. There's a lot of talent that goes into creating everything. I mean, it's everything from charms to toys to creating like little figurines and things like that. Like there's a lot that they've done. But you find, so you find that Jin Ito is the leader of this clan, and that the clan is the Tinkerer focused one.
Awesome. Good to know. Is everybody else staying in the library for a while?
You don't know. You're still in this room. You have
Yeah.
no
Okay.
idea. You have no idea what's going on any more than Leighton and Arcadia know if you even made it in the room.
Because I could leave if my plan works, but how will they know? They're gonna be wondering.
Great question.
I guess I'll leave it up to their intuition.
Okay. So Brass, what's your game plan?
So, I was either going to. So my plan was to either recharge my ghost step and just like leave through
So
here,
you have,
or
you
go.
have, I would say you have 3 uses of the ghost step, so you just have
Yeah.
used 1 use today. So you have 2
Yeah,
uses.
Okay.
so
you
that'd be
don't- you
that'd
don't
be
have
the
to recharge
easiest.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, because if for some reason I didn't have any more ghost step, I was going to say, well, I do have that other misty step, so I guess
Mhm.
either way, yeah, I'll just go ahead and.
I would say for
use-
Misty Step, you just have to be able to see the location.
Yeah,
where you
of course.
want to
and
go.
since there's a window here, right? Because I was thinking, is this a window?
That is a window.
Yeah.
So I could just misty step to somewhere I saw outside the window and just be
He's
on
gonna
my
fucking
way.
reopen the front door and be like, "Hurry up, you twats! Let's go!" Like, oh my god, I love
Either
it.
way, it's, yeah, the same result. So I guess
So,
it doesn't really matter.
It does matter though because either way you're gonna lose a use of something. So it's the question
True.
is, do you want to lose one of your ghost steps or do you want to lose Misty Step for the day?
Ooh.
My other question too is I don't have Misty Step pulled up in front of me. Check what components it is, because also you don't want to damage anything in the room. I don't know
Or
if
Mis-
Misty Step would actually leave like a residue or anything like that.
Okay. Yeah, it just
No,
says
I don't believe it does.
No, it doesn't.
it
yeah.
surrounds
cool.
me in a
As the
silvery
case
mist,
has it,
but
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it turns her into a mist, but it doesn't say anything about leaving residue or steps or
Well, no,
or
like,
trace.
no,
No.
but like it still
Right.
has mist, but we're in a
Right.
restricted book section where you were like, you have to have gloves, so
Right,
that's gonna
no,
damage.
totally,
books.
yeah, no, totally trust me, I get where you're coming from on that. I think it'd be different if it was like she was casting something, for example, that had like water that would be in the room, like kind of thing. But when I'm thinking the silvery mist and stuff, I'm not thinking that she turns into actual like water mist. If that makes sense.
It's more of like a special effect kind of thing.
Yeah, more like that kind
Okay,
of thing than
cool.
anything. Yeah, it's
Okay.
yeah, it's also it makes it different from like you just teleport and no one has any idea where you went to kind of thing. Yeah, so so that could work. That could be fine.
oh yeah, I'll just use my misty step then because I use that less in general. So
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, Journey Misty steps outside. That records room was a piece of cake for Journey that entire time. Well done.
That's why I left it to her. I was like, I could be fucking knocking into things, her tails would be hitting shit, like, oh fuck. Like, that kind of thing. Like, yeah. That's great.
Speaking of Aiko, Usagi has given you a whole bunch of books. Is there anything that you are doing? Anything else that you wanted to ask about? Say anything like that? As Journey's basically making her way back around to the front.
Yeah, Aika would just ask Elder Usagi, how late is the library open?
She kind of sighs and just it's open until typically 10 p.m. each night.
Okay. Because she'd mentioned that they're likely to be heading out tomorrow, but she's gonna try to get through as much of this as she can in like today until the library closes. And then ask her if there's anything in particular, like if she can't stay that late, because obviously, you know, she wanted to meet plans, but like ask her if there's certain books that are prioritized in her professional opinion, like that she should focus on.
You've asked a lot of
She knows not to take the books.
Yeah, you've asked a lot of questions to her today about like the clans and organization and kind of like that structure. So she actually looks through the list of books, or like she looks through like basically the catalog of books that she has in your arms right now, and she actually picks one out of the middle. So you kind of feel like as like the books drop down one, and she sets it on top. And as you look, you see that it's a book on like social etiquette and like the cultural norms for Kitsune and for Nisei in particular. And she just taps it. I think this one would be of most interest to you, based on the things you've asked me about today.
Thank you. I'm gonna try to get through as much as I can. And then, is there any way that we can, this sounds selfish, can we set these aside so when I come back, I can pick up where I left off? Or you might remember which ones these are, but I want to make sure I get to all of these.
I can tell Kato to not shelve these ones. Would you like me to look into the records around your birth? To see if we can find what clan you belong to?
If possible.
Very well. I can do so. Now, to your reading.
Yep. And yeah, she made to like post up here so she can keep an eye on the door, but also be reading.
Yeah, Arcadia and Leighton, you see that Usagi comes around the corner and she kind of sees you two standing there. Excuse me. And like sidesteps past you guys into the records room. Okay.
Katie would be like kind of pretending to like look at the shelves, like the books, like, oh my god, Layden, there's pasta recipes.
That's impossible.
Oh my god.
Oh god, it hurts. You and my dad would get along very well.
You hear Aiko loudly whisper as Journey comes up to her, being like,
Oh, sorry. I know I probably took a little longer than everyone wanted, and I'm sorry for making everyone wait. I've got to read this book for homework.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I just came over to say sorry I left earlier. I was just so hungry, but it was a good meal. I'm pretty satisfied, so.
Good.
I can-
Yeah.
like her stomach actually growls because she heard them shouting about pasta.
And so she's just like, yeah, food does sound great. I can catch up with you guys though if you all want to meet up in an hour or so.
Sounds good. All right. Happy studying, I guess. Sorry about that. Or happy for you. Either way.
Yeah, like she like looks at the mountain of books and back to Journey, like, what did I do? Yeah, but yeah, so she would be trying to like not like skip through this, but she's trying to like retain as much as she can. And like anything that she feels like she kind of like understands, like from what Shin has told her or like Rin has told her, she's like, okay, like I got this. But then if she comes across somebody, she's like, wait, like we bow? Like, okay, hold on. Like,
So because you're staying behind to continue reading through the mountain of books that Usagi has given you, what I'm gonna let you do is that moving forward, you are gonna get a +1 to any history checks that you're making involving Kitsune.
Let's go!
Because you're specifically taking the time to read all of these books, like as much of this as you can from Usagi.
okay, hold on.
So we're gonna say that you're a little bit more knowledgeable. Like if you had more time, it might be more than just the +1, but at least because you have a lot that you're reading right now, that you can do a +1 for like history checks. So for example, like if you are in a situation where you're trying to recall a fact about Kitsune and everything, and you make a history check for it, you can add a +1 to it because you spent this study session.
Yes, study set, my homework.
I did homework. I get rewarded. This is the most teacher thing I think I've done so far.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and like Aiko, if the rest of the envoys come around the corner, she'd just be like, psst, like go, like and she's like pointing to her book, and she's like we'll catch up, like kind of thing, and like kind of like if Rin asks, I'm in the library. So, yeah.
All right. Journey and Arcadia, are you guys heading out?
Yeah, Journey kind of walks up to him because she doesn't know if they even noticed her walking back in. She's like, hey guys, I'm back for my meal. Aiko's apparently studying now, so she said for us to go ahead and go, and she'll catch up to us.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, and Leighton starts to head out the door, and then as soon as you guys get out of the library, he just turns to the two of you. All right, but pasta actually does sound really good for dinner now.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm gonna make that when I get back to the rooms, I think.
I would have been disappointed if you hadn't.
I aim to not be disappointing. That's my life goal.
Me too, buddy. Up top.
And why is he with Polymnia?
Oh,
Sir! Sassy fox. But yeah, so Aika would do her best in the hour then to read as much as she can, and then
Oh, I would say if you're getting that +1 for sitting and reading, you are reading until 10. Like you are reading, like you be reading like through for a while.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then she's
So I mean,
doing
I
that
can
then.
give you I'll give you the choice. Like if you say, hey, I don't want that +1 then and everything, then Aiko can leave sooner. But if you wanted to stay, like, yeah.
Are we leaving tomorrow? Is the question, because
That's
that's
up
what
to you
we
guys.
Yeah.
You said that
so like
you said you were saying for 2 days max.
Okay, perfect then.
This is the
Yeah,
first
I
of
just
the
want to make
two?
sure we didn't.
Yeah.
Huh?
Today is the first of the 2.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Yeah, because for some reason I thought we were saying 2 days max, but then we planned on leaving like the next day. So that Okay, so no, this is perfect then. Yeah, she would say, library closes at 10 if you guys want to come pick me up. Otherwise, I can meet you guys back at the house. And she's like, where do I sleep? Because she was sleeping with Rin because the nightmares.
Mm-hmm.
And then she spent the night with him last night because, just really happy to see him. But now she's like, oh God, like I have choices. Like this is weird. So yeah.
I have choices. Poor Rin. But yeah, so Aiko spends the rest of the evening then studying and everything. Journey and Arcadia and Leighton, you guys basically have a pasta fest where it's
Thank God.
making a ton of pasta. And Aiko, you come back to the house to find just pasta.
Oh, thank God.
available.
She's inhaling it because she hasn't eaten anything.
No.
So she can't eat food in the library. That's just wrong.
That is true. That is accurate. Yeah, no, but like, I mean, and honestly too, all the Cosmos are very grateful to Leighton, because it was a night that they didn't have to cook. And so, everyone's enjoying, Leighton pasta with Nona's special recipes, which like, Arcadia and Journey, you notice that like, as he's cooking, like, whenever he starts, like, as he starts to say like, it's my Nona's recipe, like, there's always that little like, pause. A little bit of hesitation or a little bit of a stumble as he's trying to say it, or as he's saying it out loud.
I feel like he'd make a bangin' Puttanesca.
I just
Like
want pasta.
that. I feel like that is Nona. That is Nona's recipe, is a Puttina.
That is 100%,
Like,
100% her. Like that's her jam. That's what she'd be
So,
doing.
yeah.
All right.
'Cause that's yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So as you guys, boop, 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 boop. Give me a second. There. As you guys come back to the like estate and meet up for the evening, and everything, are you guys comparing notes? Or are you strategizing? What we do?
Yeah.
Journey's
Yeah. I
definitely.
could.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Dying is not on the table today.
Yeah.
Well, last session was close.
I could pretty much be like stuffing pasta in her face, but then like in between gasps and be like, like, okay, well, like I also learned this and like da 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 da. Like it's like, and it's so funny because like Rin's just like, yep, nope, that's Kitsune. Wow, good job. You are officially just as knowledgeable as my 8-year-old cousin. Like, so yeah. So there's that. But yeah, and then you all have way more important fun stuff, so I would just be waiting on whatever you guys say. Should ask Journey and Arcadia, like, how did it go?
Journey says she found some stuff. Is it okay for her to talk about it here?
As you guys are like, talking, enjoying dinner, enjoying Pasta Fest, and everything, the other Cosmos start to like filter out and kind of go about business until it's really the 4 of you and Rin who are left in the kind of the main like dining hall. So it's up to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably look to Rin because this like a space.
Here or my room, our family guest house might be easier. but you know, his tail's kind of swish. I was really only planning on inviting you back to my room tonight, but I guess I can invite everybody else.
What?
Well, we could
We're
probably go to
ready.
the Envoys room. Like, cause, yeah. Which I realized too that she's probably still gonna stay with Rin, because also Leighton could then push the 2 beds together and get his own bed.
Aww. If you offer that, you just hear Ren go, "Oh no! Aiko's gonna stay with me tonight? What a tragedy!" Like, very heavy sarcasm. Very, very heavy.
God.
Yeah, so it's up to you guys. You guys can stay here. You guys can head to the Envoys room. You can head back to, like, his family guest house. Up to you. Where you guys want to go to start sharing information. But you are also currently on your own in this room, if that helps at all.
Yeah. I could honestly would say maybe the Envoy room. So, yeah.
So,
Yeah, fine with that.
Yeah.
good. Boop. Boop. Cool. Okay. Everybody in there. Alright, so yeah, so you guys head into the room, you know, Rin kind of kicks the door shut, and you see, like, he kind of more leans up against the door. You can tell from the way that the door opens, it's more blocking it from people, like, you know, coming in or coming to check in on things, things like that.
Oh!
What? Whoa, why?
Oh.
Hi, whoa, what?
Oh my gosh!
Whoa.
Hold on.
Whoa.
Okay, she gets, like, that excited, because she'd be like, are you actually worried that, like, someone might, like, listen in, or, like...
Yeah. Yes. Surprisingly, Aiko, when people say they have sensitive information they need to share, it is a concern who else hears it.
She's gonna, do pass without a trace on him. So,
Ooh.
because even though, like, people would still be able to, like, listen in, but it gives us, a bonus to stealth and dexterity checks, and then we can't be tracked except by magical means. So, like, granted, she doesn't understand that it's not giving us silence, but she's kind of like, I can see her just be like, pass without a trace, and like throwing like a smoke bomb because it makes a veil of shadows and silence radiates from you. So technically we are silent, but, like, we can talk within this 30-foot cloud that's around me. So
I was gonna say, I would say that it would make it hard. It would definitely make it harder for people to, like, pass, like, or, like, you know, perceive it and everything like that. It's different from, like, because I know, like, we have, like, people who will cast things, like, where, like, you straight up can't hear them and everything. But yeah, no, like, you do that and he just looks at you. You shin now or something? Like, what? You spend too much time with my brother.
Yeah, she's gonna kind of, like, run up to him and kind of, like proudly look up at him and, like, hold up the little, like, charm that she got from the Shadow Monastery and be like, your brother and the other monks gave this to me.
He gives you, like, a little head pat that turns into just kind of, like, rubbing, like, you know, from the top of your head. Just, good job, little fox.
I'm just like...
Yeah, so, yeah, you guys are a little stealthier, and everything. Rin's still gonna kind of hang out up by the door, just, that is his MO, as guardian of
and I was gonna say, and it officially, it is silence, so, yep, we're good. But yeah, okay, so I assume that we all kind of relay all the information to one another.
Hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Do you share the information about Hibiki?
I wouldn't want to mention her name, but I think I would say Arcadia would probably say, like, I did what we needed to do, and, like, she would tell Aiko, you know, the information whatever information she could without saying that she got it from Hibiki, like we should check missing persons cases, and
Yeah.
we
Um,
can access
Rin-
other information too if we need it.
yeah. Rin does know that she mentioned Hibiki. That she mentioned that like they had a letter to give to her.
Mhm.
So if that helps.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I assume that when she mentions like checking the missing persons thing, Journey would kind of chime in.
Oh. Yeah, Journey would mention everything she found about I and the missing person record. I Ito. She would mention the last name. She went missing 175 years ago, and then she would say she found information on Jin Ito, which is her uncle. No death date for him, so he could still be out there.
I feel like
and she tells Aiko about the Ito clan.
Yeah, and Aiko, after talking with Usagi and reading, I think would know that Ito is the clan leader of the Ito clan.
I was saying, 'cause she gave you the run through of the different clans. And if you were asking about like the structure and everything of the clans like throughout that time, because it would take Journey a while to like look through all that and everything, she would have told you like the names of each of the leaders of the clans, including Jin Ito. So you would recognize that the name Jin Ito.
So her ears just like perk up, because then she's all of a sudden making the connection like, my mom's uncle is the leader of the Ito clan. And she might even kind of like say that like kind of like softly, kind of like realization to like make it real for Earth. Yeah, and then she's gonna look to Journey, because Journey's the one giving her this information. She's like, they're the Tinkerers, right?
Yeah, the Tinkerers, that's what they specialize in. They had some really quite amazing stuff. I wish I could have shown you the pictures, but hopefully we'll be able to see it ourselves.
She would mention that when she was a kid, when she was at the mall, there would be random gifts that would show up, like toys, like really ornate homemade toys. And she thought that they were from her, and she kind of like chuckles embarrassed, like her imaginary friend, which she realized not even that long ago dad actually visiting her. Yeah, so she's kind of like, that's a little embarrassing to kind of say out loud. But yeah, she's gonna say, you know, can we meet them tomorrow, do you think?
Are you asking that to... who are you asking that to?
I think we should...
Yeah, she's asking that to everyone.
Rin just...
Yeah, I'd be down to try to meet them.
Rin's ears kind of have... I mean, he's... almost at the same time that Aiko's ears perked up, Rin's ears perked up for him, because it was a little bit of like a... well, thank God kind of moment. Of like a... whew, okay, might be confirming that this is... Aiko, he just looks to you. He looks to you at first and is just... for the record, Kazuma and Maki clan. And you recognize the Maki clan's in charge of farming. So he's just kind of confirming, like, those are the two clans that my heritage is from.
And as soon as he clarifies that, she's gonna be like, oh,
yeah,
kind of like, yes, Kazuma, like, I got that.
And he's like holding his hand up for a high five of like, cool.
Oh yeah, she's like hop skipping, like, no, I think this is one of the, like, woo, not incest.
Woo!
And yeah, so he just mentions that he's like, yeah, like, so his ears perk up the same way. When you ask about meeting them and everything, he kind of thinks it over. I could request an audience with the council if you're feeling ready for that. Or you can try to find Jin himself, or Elder Ito, and see if he's willing to meet. He, not a fan of this guy right here, but, I kind of had a prank go wrong a couple years back. But it's fine. Temple is only partly destroyed.
She's just like crossing her arms, just like looking at him like, what did you do?
It was funny.
I'm sure I'll hear about this tonight, but
and she's like thinking, because like she just read through a fuck ton of books. With her knowledge on things, would she think that like calling the council meeting now would be a good time, or is that something that's going to be like down the road, or is there ever going to be a good time? Is this just going to be like, because she's going to explain like what, like, you know, Usagi explained to her was that like all of the council has to agree to help, and if they don't all agree to help, then she might just be making things worse for the Ito clan, and they might not be allowed to come back to Nisei. Like, that's what she's really worried about.
Yeah, he, as you explained that to Rin, he kind of thinks about it for a second and just, alright, well, I tend to go rushing into things, so fine. We'll try your approach. We'll think about it. It's weird, but we'll think about it, I guess. And he kind of laughs a little bit and actually gives it some thought. It might be best to kind of get a temperature check on the leaders.
That's what, yeah, and she's gonna say, that's what I was thinking. Like,
And if there's, and he kind of counts out, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us, I can tell you right now, I don't think Usagi's gonna be on board, especially if she ever learns about Hibiki's little secret. I mean,
She
we could
seemed
always
like she was
divide and
getting
conquer.
and yeah, she's gonna just mention when he mentions like, you know, Hibiki was getting scolded, but when he says divide and conquer, she's gonna kind of like cock her head. Kind of look to him.
Unless we all 5 want to take a field trip to all 8 different clan leaders all together, all asking about similar things, about, hey, that cursed family thing that we don't ever talk about, because that's the biggest skeleton we have in our little Kitsune closet. And he like looks to Aiko. Kitsune closets aren't actually a thing. And then like looks back to everyone. Unless we want to go back to all of them and say that, I have a feeling they're going to pick up on it. So if you want to address all of them with all of us all together and not be so subtle about it, you might as well just call a meeting. If you want to be more subtle about it, maybe, again, temperature check. Could be worth approaching one-on-one. I don't know though. I normally just hit things. So, if you have a better idea.
She was thinking about, and like, she's gonna turn to everyone else and be like, feel free to chime in, but she was thinking about meeting her uncle? Great uncle? She doesn't even, I don't even think I've had a family member. I've never had a family member. God, I miss you so much. Great uncle first, because if he's not even open to the idea, then there's no reason to, you know, risk involving other people. Is kind of like how she's thinking of it. But if he is open to, if we call the meeting, then maybe, and even if they don't all agree, maybe like some of them can at least come to her individually and point her in the right direction. But she's also going to turn to everyone else and then to Rin, being like, if it's as bad as they're saying it is, I might not be allowed back in Nisei.
Yeah, if it's as bad as I think it is, we may have bigger problems than just not being allowed back in Nisei. But, you know, hey! We don't know till we ask, right?
Nerve-wracking. Yeah, she's gonna turn to, like, Arcadia, Journey, and Leighton, just quiet. She's racking her brain.
Well, I do think trying to meet your great uncle, family member, I do think that is a good idea.
He's my grandpa. Right? No, he was her uncle. Yeah, no, great uncle. Okay.
He's your great uncle.
Yeah.
I'll clarify
right.
that for you. He's your great
Yeah.
uncle. Yeah.
Or yeah.
Yeah, I do think
Hmm.
meeting him first would probably be a good idea because yeah, like you said, like if he's just gonna shut it down immediately, then we'll have to find a different avenue to go down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because right now she's pretty much hoping that if they can get any
Yeah, I
more
think that would be
information
a
they
good
can,
first step.
yeah, she's hoping that any more information that they can get from the clans, great. If they can get any help from the clans, great. If they can get help from all the clans, even better. But at this point, she's pretty much hoping to like take 1 and 2, and then go to the Archfey and ask for help because, like I said, like that she has that inkling where she thinks that the ruler that got killed, plus like the Archfey's help with it, is like haunting and cursing this clan. And until help lay this spirit to rest and like absolve what the wrong that the clan did, then we're gonna get Case through this court. Like this is a priority to Aiko because she doesn't want to put you guys in danger. Because she saw you both. She saw Journey get flown off a cliff, Leighton get flown off a cliff, Arcadia almost get flown off a cliff, go down, Journey go down, and Aiko was the only one standing who was visible. So like yeah, she like this is something she needs to follow through on. But
Okay.
Definitely, she's not going to leave your side for it.
okay, so
Arcadia's in it for the long haul.
well, you're my first dance. I hope you would be.
All right. So, if everyone kind of has the game plan of in the morning you're gonna go, find Jin and talk to him, and everything. Is there anything else you guys want to do for the evening, or head into bed shortly after? Okay. Y'all head to sleep. Aiko, there's the initial question at first of where you're sleeping, or like you kind of had a moment of confusion, and like Rin is already like leading the way out, and then actually kind of pauses for a second and realizes he just assumed it. And like there's that moment of just like, yep, nope, that's fine.
She's just helping push the beds together for Leighton. And then she's gonna come trotting out.
Perfect. Yeah, then you guys get to all head to sleep. Another night of no more nightmares. And everything, and everyone has pretty good sleep.
I'm hoping she's not sleeping as much this night because she's gotten a full night rest 2 nights in all. So like now it's just like
Now
like
it's
not
just she's
full.
like normal levels. And
Yeah.
everything. Alright. So the next day, you guys all kind of head out together. Rin can help lead the way for where you're likely to find Jin, because again, just like how the Cosmos have their family estate, so too do the others. There he is. Okay. So too do the others, where they have like their own family estates and everything. And he leads you through the town to the Ito family estate, which I don't have an exact map for, so you guys are just back on the normal Nisei map, and everything. But it doesn't take too much for you to see that as you walk up to this estate, there's a series of like different workshops and things like that are around. Like it's a bit more spread out. You can see that there's like smoke building up. You can see that there's stations where people are like working with leather. Some people are weaving. A number of different like activities that are going on. And it doesn't take much time at all until you see that there is a kind of more like, again, more of like that snowy white kind of fox with 7 tails himself that are flicking behind him. As you see, he's like going from like station to station, almost like checking in with everybody. and making sure and like checking through like the different stations. What do you do?
On the way in, Aiko is very excitedly like looking at things like and stuff like that. But as they get closer and kind of like, you know, Rin kind of elbows her like, hey, like that's him. She would definitely still and kind of like cling to like the outside of his kimono robe and just kind of like hold still because it's just like this is family again. Like this is weird, but also she's very nervous because she remembers that her aunt kept saying that she looked like I. She's just trying to be cautious because like if her family member went missing, if she knew she had them for 175 years, like that would be kind of traumatic, and so she's a little nervous.
It's as you guys approach, and as like I imagine for Aiko, it's that moment from Community when Troy meets LeVar Burton, and it's the kind of like shocked face of like, what do I do?
Less that face, because that's more of like a, oh my god, I'm starstruck. Hers is like a, like, I'm nervous. Like worried. Yeah.
As you're kind of hanging back for a second and everything, you see that he picks up like a pot that one of the people was like had been working on or was working on painting, and he kind of mentions something to them, and then as he turns, he sees you all, and he just goes like, he looks like he's seen a ghost, and like pot just falls from his hand, just shatters.
Here's Latin.
As he just stares at the group. Like you had the look of nerves, he has the look of like, what the fuck? Kind of on his face. It's the best way to say it. Rin kind of nudges you, like, you're up.
Like, oh, not eloquent at all. Yeah, she's gonna kind of step forward a little bit and kind of like look back to the group and then back to him and be like, are you Elder Ito?
I am. Yes. I?
Aiko. Can we talk somewhere?
Yeah, and he like leads the way back over to kind of similar to Cosmo's like the main family estate house, but you notice that as he walks up, any Kitsune who are around him who like start to go show him like, look what I made, he's just like, out, and kicks everybody out of the house. Until you guys so until you guys come in, and then he just shuts the door and just turns to you and still is just staring. Wanted to talk?
Is there like anything like tinkering in the room?
Oh, for sure. Like there's like blueprints
Wonderful.
there's blueprints of things everywhere. There's materials laying around, partly started projects, some finished projects. Like it's very much it's the organized chaos of like an inventor's house, but they're all inventors. Like they all do it.
I like to think, because like you'll have seen Aiko like multitask, like nervously doing stuff like making charms or like tinkering, doing stuff. I like to think that right now is the time that she like either sits down somewhere or like gets out her tinker tools and just starts tinkering to talk through this. And I like to think that she's trying to make something that when she was a kid, or she's trying to make something similar to the music box that she made Rin.
Aiko, you notice as you like sit down at a table to start tinkering, you see that like, and the rest you kind of see like Jin looks around, and finds a spare set of tools and just sits down at the table with you and starts making his own thing. Like, kind of starts tinkering on his own, like, little project, or kind of trying to start build something.
Yeah. Yeah, so she's sitting, because she's like, I'm not gonna look up at him, because, I've never seen my mom, so my mom could look like, could have, like, his eyes, or, like, something like that. Like, it's just, like, it's weird for her. So, she's just tinkering, and she's gonna be like, I'm not from around here. I was given to the Court of Stars when I was a baby. And I just met some of my family, and my aunt specifically, who said I look like I.
You see his hands stop. What do you mean you met your aunt? I would have heard about it if you met another Ito family member, and your aunts have all... What do you mean? You wouldn't... Like, you can see he's, like, trying to comprehend. Like, I would have heard if someone had met you, and I herself didn't have sisters.
Yeah. She's gonna kind of, like, look up at him, like, for a second. I think it's my dad's sister.
Knew it. And he barely like just growls that out, and then like just goes back to tinkering on things. I knew it. And like he just keeps repeating that.
Her ears are just flat. They haven't been able to find either of my parents for a long time. But when I was at the monastery, I got toys like this brought to me by my dad. And I didn't know it was him, but apparently she made them.
He like stops and looks at the work like of what you've been tinkering. And he just nods. This kind of design was your mother's work. It was Ai's work.
Guess I know where I get my tinkering from.
She was quiet, but playful, like that. Wouldn't jump in and join in all the games as fast as the other kids, but she would make the toys so the kids could play the games.
They were really popular at my monastery. Everyone kept trying to take my toys.
The kids at your monastery don't really sound nice, but it's good to know her designs were loved.
Yeah, it's easy to pick on the only Kitsune when you've never seen other Kitsune. I didn't mean to come here to hurt you, or bring up bad memories, or anything. I was actually hoping you might be able to help.
How?
And she's just kind of she's holding her breath because she doesn't know how to say it. Something's chasing us. And maybe her.
And he like leans in very close to you guys. There's nothing I can do. You understand that, right? If there was, not just me, but any of us who've had family members kidnapped by the Konakos, done something.
Were they kidnapped?
Disappearing without a trace? One day? Yes, I would say that's kidnapped. Why anyone would willingly follow any of them? It's a death sentence to be associated with them.
But she is.
There's nothing I can do. Not without risking the rest of the clan. And how do I know that you weren't just sent by them, or that you? And he like looks up to Rin, like for confirmation, and Rin just like shakes his head like no. She's like, not. It's not that.
She would look back to Rin and be like, would the coins help?
Can't hurt, kid.
Yeah, she reaches into her robe and kind of like puts the coins on the ground, or on like the table in front of them, and, like pushes them across. And she points to the one that has her name on it.
Oh, you don't even have
This
to.
was the one.
You don't even have to point to it.
Okay.
As soon as it's on the table, he picks it up and is flipping it over, and immediately recognizes this is Aya's style. This is
She made
handmade.
these?
He's like flipping it back and forth and like looking it over. He then looks at the one like that has Mosser's name on it, and then just kind of sets it back down, and then taps yours. She made this. This is our method. It
She
creates a
made
certain
this
pattern.
for everyone.
Mhm.
Yeah, she's like, she made this for everyone in the clan, so that way they can find each other, because they're getting separated, they're getting killed, and I think she left, and my dad left, and they're trying to find a way to stop this.
You are asking me to step into the middle of a feud that has lasted thousands of years for a ghost who showed up on my doorstep today. And do what exactly?
I don't know. It seemed like the most logical thing to reach out to family, since I just found out I had family. Otherwise, I'm hoping to go to the Archfey and see if there's anything I can do.
The Archfey. He just kind of like pauses again, like, might be your only shot. This feud has lasted thousands of years. Aiko. It's lasted thousands of years. Most of the elders are pretty set in their ways, and the best I can do for you is think about it. I don't know. Are you what you're asking of me today? I don't know.
Can I ask your advice as an elder?
You see, he kind of sits back and just. Elder Ito, one of my clan members is coming to me with a problem. What do you need? What is your goal you're hoping to do? What is it that you want to have done by the end of this? Like, and you can see he's really trying to put himself in that elder role and not be freaked out by the ghost sitting at his table.
Not have the Kanako hunted down like this by this elemental and ghost creature spirit. Whatever it is. I'm not saying that the clans have to accept them back in, but at least so they don't have to keep them. They're dying almost every day. There's left. If I can find a way to stop this, I would do this for any clan, even if it weren't mine.
Journey in Arcadia, double checking real quick. Is there anything you want to add in, from anything that you found or any of your experiences as Aiko's making this plea for him to listen and offer advice and maybe try to help? Because you guys also have experience with the Kanako clan too.
Mm-hmm. Arcadia would probably...
Yeah, Journey...
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
It's
No,
okay,
you
you
guys
can
are
go ahead.
good. You guys are good.
Journey does have a couple things she wants to say. She wants to mention that the Kanako clan was kind of forced into this position they're in. But she also has been really wanting to say, with respect, Aiko isn't a ghost. She's a family member of his, and she's alive, so she's not a ghost.
Arcadia would probably offer, and just say, like, ending this feud that's been going on for however long, there's not, like, it wouldn't be a bad thing. Like, if anything, it would help more than hurt in the long run. I know that there are probably some people who would not want this to happen, but there will be more people who benefit from this ending and from getting help than people who would be hurt by it. And they're not bad. They're surviving. They're kind of doing what they have to do to live. And by helping them and ending this division, then fewer people will die, and they won't have to be in fight or flight all the time.
Aiko, make me a persuasion check, but because your friends made some pretty good arguments to help out as well, do it with advantage. I have a number that you have to beat, just as a heads up.
Persuasion?
Mm-hmm.
That's a nat 20! I shit you not!
Let's
Oh
go!
my god! Where's my phone? Where is my motherfucking phone? Oh my god.
Yeah, you need to take a picture of that one, man. You need to take a picture of that one.
Okay, you all, because remember, this is the Kitsune one. The Kitsune dice. No, I don't want an Apple Phone 8.
Holy fuck.
Let's go!
Got my ass beat in the temple, but we rolling the important rolls. Woo! Hold on. Okay. Cat's still on.
Holy shit. Wow.
Yes!
Wow. What's your...
So with persuasion?
I was gonna say, so this is the thing. What's your modifier? Because a nat 20
25.
alone is not enough.
It's 25. Oh my god.
You see that Jin, as he sits at the table and listens to you guys give, like, your debates, the longer that he sat there, like, he's still, like, tinkering as he's listening, and it almost looks like to someone who's not, like, it's kind of the same way that, like, people will sometimes draw while they're listening to someone. It looks at first like he's not paying attention to you, but you can see, like, the more detailed his work gets, the more focused he seems to be as he's hearing out each of the cases that you guys are presenting, or kind of points that you're adding in. And then at the tail end of the debate, or not debate really, because it's not like arguing with you, but the tail end of you guys making your case, and as Aiko just, if you want to give one last like push to him, or like what you would say as your final, like after everyone's given their pieces, what Aiko's ask would be.
After being an orphan, I never really understood how important family is, but I did understand how nice it is to have a home. I just want them to all come to a place called home. And for the ones that went missing or got kidnapped, if people thought they got kidnapped, to be able to come back. And for the ones that have never had a home, maybe they finally get to see what it feels like.
He's quiet for a little bit longer, as he's still tinkering. And then Aiko, you see that he actually sets in front of you what he was working on. And as you look at it, it's pretty impressive how quick he was in creating it. But you see that he's created... he is the leader of the Tinkerers. You see that he set in front of you a little wire fox that, like, kind of think of it like the wires are, like, overlapping and crisscrossing to, like, make it so it looks like it has body, but it's not, like, solid.
Yeah.
With 8 tails. And you see it has, a kind of like a little, like, gold, like, I guess piece of glass or, like, shiny piece. Like, it's not like a gem, but, like, in each of its eyes, as he sets it in front of you. And you can recognize that it's you. He just sets it down and then looks up to you. We've all waited 175 years for I to come home. Her parents, your grandparents, passed away, never finding out what happened to her. We should ensure that as many of those stories are brought to a close as we can. I'll help you out in this regard, as much as I can. I'll speak to the other leaders, see where their thoughts are. I make no promises, but I could at least give you an idea of how to make this sound like a better idea to them than the otherwise clan suicide that it sounds like. You are still family, as your friend said. We may
He's
not
like
be your
tearing up as he says this.
we may not be your primary clan, but we are your secondary clan. And he pauses for a second, like trying to hold it together. She was one of the good ones. Her mother was something else. She was talented. It'll take me time, though. I can't just walk up to all of them and ask all at once. Give me time, and while I'm doing that, to give you an idea, you have a better shot at the Archfey helping you.
I still plan on it. I'm gonna do everything I can. Because I also don't really have a lot of a choice.
I'll do what I can too. And more importantly as well, what I can promise is we'll do our best to make sure the secret doesn't get out. The clan leaders would not be happy to hear that there was a Kaneko in the village. And on that note, I'm sorry to have to ask this, but you need to leave Nisei as soon as you can. You can't stay here.
Understood. Like, she's kind of has, like, mixed emotions, because, like, she wants to, like, hug him, but she also doesn't want to, like, do that to him. So you can see she's kind of, like, fighting it, but she's gonna stand up, and as she's getting ready to leave, she kind of, like, gives the, like, kind of curt little bow, and then she's gonna kind of tuck her hair on as she's getting ready to leave, and just say, for what it's worth, since I'm still kind of new at the whole Kitsune clan things, I don't consider one clan over the other a primary or secondary. Family's family. So thank you.
At you saying that, you see that he kind of smiles a little bit, and like he's like, you know, he's an older, like frailer kind of guy, especially compared to like Haru, for example, who is a clan leader but is younger.
Mm-hmm.
Jin's been at this for a while, and Jin's been a clan leader for a long time. You see, he like actually reaches out, like to offer a hug.
Oh yeah, she is leaping. Yeah, she's any.
I just
any
understand
chance
was
she
frail, and you're like, I leap at him.
I'm 5'4". He's fine. Pacifism. But yeah.
Yeah, you he hugs you and holds you close. And I go, it's soft enough that only you can hear it.
Mm-hmm.
But he very quietly says, I've missed you,
And she's just gonna say, like, I'll bring her back.
Yeah, he pulls back and looks to you all, and I'll think about it, give me time. But we can help, I think, however that looks.
Do you or Rin mind just delivering a letter to Elder Usagi apologizing I can't come back to the library to finish my reading since I'm gonna have to go?
Jin I can speak to her.
I just feel really bad. It's a lot of books.
She always gives everyone a lot of books.
That makes me feel better. I just thought I was very ignorant. Kitsune trash.
You hear that, like, Rin kind of, like behind you and everything, and he just, yep, no, all right, kid, he's just like, little fox, let's get out of here before we say too much.
Did he make that, like, Kitsune model for her to keep, or is he, okay.
Yeah, no, she tries to walk out of there without taking it, he, like, he would call her back to take it. So you now have, kind of a small, like,
I said Ito metal wire fox figure.
Yeah, that works. Yep.
Cool.
Cool.
All right.
But yeah, no, you guys successfully get, 2 allies in a city of enemies to the Kanekos? Or at least 2 potential allies in the form of Hibiki and the form of, Jin Ito, who will help out on this venture, but they do say, Jin in particular says that it is going to take time. So it is something that can't necessarily be solved right now. He's going to have to take some time to get kind of his finger on the pulse, basically, of what's going on with everybody, where they stand, and if they are hostile, which, surprising no one, they are, what angles could be best to approach the problem from. that would
Yeah.
make them be more inclined to help, or be more inclined to agree to help. So,
Yeah.
with that, Jin gave that request of leave.
Yeah.
Because he fully recognizes from the stories that it is not safe for you to. It is not safe for the entire village for you to be here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why they didn't want to stay too long either. Yeah, so Aiko kind of turned back to the group then, and she wants to make sure she says thank you to Haru for the hospitality, and then probably look to Rin and be like, we should go?
We should go. And Rin actually, so Rin and offers to help you guys, get back to the Cosmo Estate. You're able to, gather your stuff together and say goodbye to Haru. Before Rin helps take you out of the village and head back toward the capital or toward another destination. Rin offers to be the guide, but he just needs to know where you're headed.
I think, let me pull up my map drawing real quick. Because I think we were going to go back to the capital, so that way, one, he doesn't get in trouble, and then two, I think we're going to go from Aramori to... Did we want to stop by Hasuse or Daya Temple? Or otherwise, I think we're going to go to Kakure because that's near Voira's altar.
Kakure was what I had on your guys' itinerary from your session notes and everything of what you were going to do.
Yeah, so we'd have to go through Aramori anyway, so we could go to Aramori, then Kakure, and then depending on how that goes, we can go to Voira's altar or Yohaizu.
Okay. Cool. Alright, then with that, Rin leads you guys back to and we're going to kind of speed through that travel, but Rin leads you guys back to the main city, where you have a parcel waiting for you.
Money! Money!
So team,
Yeah,
how are you dividing the 600 gold that Ilke sent your way?
Because we got to split it 4 ways, so Leighton gets some too, right?
He is part of that, yes.
Yeah, so we each get 150.
Mm-hmm. Assuming you guys are dividing it evenly. Yeah.
Yeah. Because, we always, add to each other's as we need to, so I just want everyone to have, the safety net.
Everyone has a little nest egg. But yeah, so you guys make your way back to the capital city of Iramori, where we will pick up next time, give you a chance to make any final, any preparations you want for heading out, or, for example, now that you guys have 150 gold each, if you have any shopping you want to do before you head out on the road. And then you are going to be heading, if you're heading down to Kakure, Rin does let you know that he's not going to be accompanying you there, and you actually have someone you haven't traveled with yet who's going to be going with you, because she knows that city and its people like the back of her hand.
So help me God.
Rin does lean down to Aiko and just very quickly, I promise you, she's not that bad. One of my best friends. Promise. Just give her a chance. Give her a chance. Sayuri's great. Really, she is. And honestly, she's one of the better people you could have in that city.
Is she gonna make us wander around it too and starve?
Yeah.
Or is she then gonna insult us when we show up at a ball? Or wait, no. I think, do you want me to sit down while she insults me, or do you want me to stand up? Which would be better?
I want you to do the same thing I asked of her when I asked her to accompany you, and do this as a favor to me. To get along. Please.
I'll do my best, but if she tries to trick me again...
I make no promises, because I'm not her, but I told her to be nice. I've never done that for a girl for telling Sayuri that before, so hey, look at you moving up in the world. And he just like, all of a sudden, like as he's saying that and sees that mean look on the face, just goes, "Oh, hey, Mulgroki, you needed something? Let me go assist." And he just bolts down the hallway, and as you look, Mulgroki's not even there. He just bolts.
Oh, she knows.
So
Because like Sayuri's literally been nothing but mean and condescending to Aiko. Aiko has been nice to her, and Aiko has given her every chance, and literally Sayuri was an absolute bitch. So like, yeah, Aiko's gonna be like, no, like I've literally been nice to her. I've been cordial. You don't have to tell me, but like I just went through shit, and I'm on edge right now with my family, and you're sending her? Like I would.
So we're gonna pick
Ori?
up next time with Oriana went back to Yohaizu with Alaric.
Bring her back.
So you guys are going to be heading out from, we'll pick up with you guys being at Irimori next session for any final preparations. And then you'll be heading down to Kakure, which is the masked city. As kind of a reminder, it is literally a city where it is required for everyone to be in kind of masquerade form.
Cool.
At all
so
times.
definitely a place where Sayuri can trick us.
Definitely a place where Sayuri can also be helpful. For knowing the ins and outs and knowing who to talk to about things. Yeah. Also probably a trick, but you know, never know. You never know. Gotta give her a chance. Or don't.
We gave her 3 already. 3! Usually people are like, third strike, you're out. Maybe they don't know baseball in Sirumel, but that's cool. We'll just, you know, give her 1 more for good fortune.
Yeah, their main sport they play, there are 4 strikes, so as far as Rin's concerned, she's got 1 more until, see?
1 more.
No, but yeah, that's gonna be where we pick up then for next time. So yeah, for tonight, you guys successfully managed to get some folks on your side to help start looking into things. You found out some new information as well about...
Broke into a library.
You broke into a library. Leighton embarrassed himself at the library as well. So Leighton and Arcadia are embarrassing library.
There's gonna be like a sign like they're not welcome here. Like,
oh, there's a reason Rin didn't go to the library with you guys. Yeah, no, he's not.
Oh, I
welcome
figured.
There. Yeah, he is not welcome there. But yeah, so you guys found quite a few things that can help out, and maybe potentially a couple of leads that can help out with the Kaneko